Speaker.
We are going to start the second session of the presiding officers of the Parliament segment with the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Democratic Republic of the Congo. You have the floor.
You can repeat. Democratic,
yeah.
followed by Nigeria and Namibia.
The Democratic Republic of Congo.
Okay, Guyana.
Oh, so you have Nigeria next.
And they're not here either.
Okay.
So,
so the Republic of the Congo is not up. Mr. Akipo from Nigeria, not here either. So we move on to Guyana. Mr. Nadir from Guyana. Mr. Nadir, Guyana, you're up. Thank you very much. I have two lists now. You have the floor, Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first, my congratulations to you on taking the chair at this moment, but more particularly to join in welcoming Jamaica, our sister CARICOM country, back to the fold of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Mr. President, this issue of science, technology, and innovation and harnessing the developments in science, technology, and innovation is going to go beyond what we hear today. Where science, technology, and innovation is concerned, the issue is going to be like the COVID vaccine. Who owns these? And how are we going to mobilize the resources to harness it? And this is the larger issue. If there isn't a mechanism for groups like the UN, the IPU, to take ownership of science, technology, and innovation and make it readily available to the other half of the world, all we will see is an increase in the disparity between the developed, the developing, and the least developed countries. So I wanted to make that statement loud and clear that Science, technology, and innovation is in the hands of the private sector.
Sorry.
And the only way we can get it is if there is collective ownership for humanity.
Can we have, I'm
If
sorry,
we
Speaker.
do not have this, then what we are doing here will be in vain.
Sorry, Speaker. Could we have some silence and respect shown to the Speaker, please? I can't hear him. I suspect he probably can't hear himself. Continue, please.
Mr. President, I'll make it easy for you. I will stop here and cede the additional time for Guyana to our Attorney General, who will speak later. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Nigeria. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Yeah, Your Excellency, the President of IPU, who was here a few minutes ago, the Secretariat, most distinguished colleagues, it is with great honor that I address this distinguished assembly on behalf of Nigeria's Parliament. The General Debates Team, Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation, STI, for a more peaceful and sustainable future, resonates deeply with Nigerians' ongoing journey towards building an equitable and prosperous society, where technological advancements are at the forefront of our development agenda. I would like to take this moment to commend the leadership of the Inter-Parliamentary Union for their steadfast commitment to engendering peace, democracy, and sustainable development through parliamentary cooperation. In Nigeria, we recognize that STI holds the key to addressing many of the most pressing challenges of our time, including climate change, poverty reduction, and the creation of more peaceful, inclusive society. We believe that for science and technology to drive sustainable development, they must be harnessed for the public good, ensuring that no one is left behind. Our legislative and executive actions clearly reflect Nigerians' commitment to harnessing STI. In 2022, for example, Nigeria's parliament passed the Nigerian Startup Act, a landmark legislation aimed at engineering a conducive environment for technology and innovation startup. The Act provides a legal framework that supports innovation, entrepreneurship, and digital transformation in our country, helping STI startups to thrive. This law also emphasizes public-private partnerships, knowledge transfer, and incentives for investment in emerging technologies. Building on this momentum, under the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria is now working towards the adoption of a national artificial intelligence policy framework led by our Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy. This policy will pave the way for the ethical use of AI in addressing key challenges, from automating agricultural processes to enhancing healthcare delivery. We envision a future where AI optimizes wage employment rather than undermines it, ensuring that automation leads to job creation rather than job destruction. Artificial intelligence and its impacts on democracy, as well as human rights, and governance is real. Ladies and gentlemen, as digital transformation accelerates, the rise of AI brings both opportunities as well as challenges. In Nigeria, AI is emerging as a powerful tool in sectors such as governance, finance, child services, and public administration. Yet, as with any technological leap, we must be mindful of the risk. Artificial intelligence, while enhancing efficiency, raises concern about data protection, misinformation, and job displacement. The integrity of universal electoral processes is a global imperative, and recent developments in artificial intelligence are posing threats to this, especially the spread of disinformation and cyber vulnerabilities in the election system. Irrespective of this, Nigeria continues to support international efforts to develop inclusive, to develop transparent and ethical AI framework that protect human rights and democratic values. We call for AI responsible use to safeguard the integrity of democratic processes, particularly against threats such as deepfakes and the spread of disinformation. As a country that champions democratic governance, Nigeria seeks to lead in discussions on AI, role in protecting the rule of law. Our ongoing development of the national AI policy will establish the legal foundation necessary to protect citizens' rights while enabling innovation to strive. Distinguished delegates, we must also acknowledge that STI, despite its immense potentials, can widen the gap between developed and developing nations. Bridging the global technological divide is an urgent task, and Nigeria is ready to play a leading role in this endeavor, particularly within the African context. As a participant in the African Continental Free Trade Area, Nigeria is advocating for regional cooperation to create digital economy hub that can empower African countries to compete globally. Our vision is one where knowledge transfer, where capacity building, and where infrastructure investment enable us to close the technological gap and ensure that no region is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, to this end, Nigeria is committed to increasing its investment in digital infrastructure, particularly in underserved rural areas. We are actively seeking partnership with global stakeholders to support our efforts in building a resilient STI ecosystem that can accelerate sustainable development and create opportunities for all. The pace of technological change has often outstripped our ability to develop regulatory frameworks that keep it up with it. In Nigeria, we recognize that adaptive, inclusive, and forward-looking regulatory approaches are necessary to navigate the complexities of fintech, AI, and other emerging technologies. In 2019, we made strides with the introduction of Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, which set the foundation for safeguarding personal data. In conclusion, I reaffirm Nigerians' commitment to harnessing the power of science, the power of technology, the power of innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Through international collaboration, robust legal frameworks, and investment in digital infrastructure, we believe that STI can drive global peace and prosperity. We call upon the global community to support these efforts and work together to ensure that technological advancement are a force for good in every part of the world. Thank you very much for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nigeria. Up next is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Democratic Republic of the Congo, you have the floor. Followed by Namibia and Azerbaijan.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, les présidents des parlements et les chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs en vos titres et qualités respectifs, permettez-moi, au nom de la délégation du Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo, de transmettre les chaleureuses salutations du peuple congolais et celles de son Excellence Félix Antoine Tshisekedi, président de la République et chef de l'État, à la 149e session de l'Assemblée générale de l'Union interparlementaire UIP en sigle, qui se tient ici à Genève. C'est un honneur pour ma délégation de prendre part à cette session qui a pour thème « Exploiter la science, la technologie et l'innovation pour un avenir plus pacifique et durable ». Ce thème présente un intérêt réel et particulier pour la République démocratique du Congo, mon pays. Par ailleurs, la science, la technologie et l'innovation offrent à nos États les capacités et les opportunités de coopération mutuellement avantageuses. Elles contribuent également à la création des richesses pour le bien de l'humanité et à la consolidation de la paix. Bien plus, l'intelligence artificielle qui de nos jours est en train de révolutionner le monde est le produit de la science et de la technologie et de l'innovation, spécialement dans la diversification de l'économie en relation avec l'observation sur l'emploi des jeunes et la sécurité. C'est pourquoi, en vue de contribuer à la promotion de la science, de la technologie et de l'innovation, plusieurs initiatives ont été prises en République démocratique du Congo, tant au niveau du gouvernement que du Parlement, depuis l'avènement au pouvoir de son Excellence Félix Antoine Tshisekedi, président de la République. Au niveau du gouvernement, il y a lieu de signaler la création du Fonds national de la recherche scientifique et de l'innovation technologique, l'institution du Forum du génie scientifique congolais, organisé chaque année, la création du ministère du numérique, la conclusion de plusieurs accords de partenariat portant sur la chaîne des valeurs des minéraux stratégiques, notamment avec la Zambie, sur la production des batteries électriques. Mon pays reste ouvert à un tel partenariat avec tout autre pays intéressé. Le Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo travaille depuis longtemps sur les politiques et les cadres juridiques des questions relatives à la science, aux nouvelles technologies et aux innovations. C'est ainsi qu'il a adopté, lors de la dernière législature, plusieurs textes de loi, notamment le Code du numérique. Quant à l'intelligence artificielle, elle requiert pour son développement les minéraux stratégiques tels que le coltan, le nobium, le cuivre, le lithium, le cobalt et tant d'autres. La République démocratique du Congo, mon pays, est l'un des plus grands producteurs au monde de ces ressources. En dépit de ses atouts et de sa détermination à servir le progrès de la science, la République démocratique du Congo n'est pas en mesure d'apporter, comme elle le souhaite, sa contribution au développement de l'intelligence artificielle, à cause de l'agression, du pillage et de l'exploitation illégale de ses ressources naturelles, dont elle est l'objet de la part de certains pays voisins, en particulier le Rwanda. Cette situation, qui dure depuis plus de 30 ans et qui constitue aujourd'hui une menace à la paix et à la sécurité internationale, empêche également mon pays de jouer pleinement son rôle dans la construction d'un monde plus pacifique. En effet, partout au monde, le progrès n'est possible que là où il y a la paix et la sécurité. C'est la raison pour laquelle ma délégation a proposé au titre de point d'urgence l'examen de la situation sécuritaire et humanitaire à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo. Nous sollicitons le soutien de tous les délégués des parlements du monde à cette 149e Assemblée générale de l'Union interparlementaire pour l'adoption à l'unanimité de la résolution subséquente. Nous espérons que les représentants légitimes des peuples du monde ne garderont plus silence sur cette situation des plus catastrophiques qui sévit dans mon pays. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents des parlements et chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires et chers collègues, tout en appelant à plus de solidarité, de coopération entre nos parlements, nos gouvernements et nos pays, particulièrement pour la promotion de la science, la technologie et l'innovation, ainsi que la protection de l'environnement, qui constitue de nos jours le plus grand défi auquel l'humanité est confrontée pour sa survie. Je voudrais vous exprimer à l'avance les remerciements de la délégation de la République démocratique du Congo pour l'attention que vous daignerez porter à ce projet de résolution que nous vous soumettons, et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, Namibia. Namibia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
President, Wanda is raising the hand.
Thank you very much, Presiding President, members of IPU member parliaments, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to address the 149th IPU Assembly here in Geneva under the theme Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. My address this afternoon will be twofold. Firstly, I will address the Assembly on the theme. As alluded above, thereafter I would like to conclude on a personal note. The theme for the 149th IPU Assembly and related meetings, Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future, provides yet another opportunity for us as parliamentarians to harness our collective resolve and energies to science, technology, and innovation. Science and technology and innovation play a central role in human development and must be seen as a primary mechanism for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. As a supreme law-making institution and the agents of people's well-being, parliaments must respond to ensure the benefit of science and technology and innovation reaches all segments of our society. We are obliged to guarantee the promotion and adoption of effective, inclusive, people-centered policies and legislation on science, technology, and innovation to ensure that no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the digital gap is now a worldwide concern, and this is an opportunity time for us to impact it. Therefore, as parliaments, it must be our primary objective to work together to build a cooperative projects, unify digital regulations and standards, and establish a framework for cross-border digital trade and cooperation through international collaboration, global partnerships, and funding. Conversely, as Parliament, we need to enhance our capacity to utilize scientific evidence in lawmaking and oversight scrutiny by establishing dedicated science and technology committees, strengthening the role of parliamentary research services, developing stronger relations with research institutions, and provide training for parliamentarians. By adopting these strategies, we ensure that Parliament can better harness scientific evidence to craft effective evidence-based legislation and ensure that laws are grounded in a reliable and current knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on these considerations, let us remember that our action today are seeds planted for future generations. It is of utmost importance for parliamentarians to anticipate the long-term benefits of such a development by ensuring that legislative and policy, database, foresight, and scenario planning tools, as well as public and stakeholders engagement platforms are in place. By leveraging these tools and resources as parliamentarians, we can better anticipate and navigate the long-term impacts of our decisions, ensuring that science and technology and innovation contribute positively to future generations. Lastly, I urge IPU member states to enact laws that establish ethical standards and science and technology and innovation development, as well as to oversee the implementation of ethical guidelines and laws, ensuring that ethical considerations are integral to the development and implementation of ethical frameworks for science and technology and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, allow me to address you as I'm concluding my tour of duty as the head of the Namibian parliamentary delegation to IPU. It has been a privilege for me for the past 10 years to lead the Namibian delegation to IPU assemblies and related meetings. As I close IPU family, Namibia has played an active part in promoting IPU global vision. Together, we were those that have come before us. With some of you, we have been able to shape the strategic direction of our organization. Today, as I am concluding my tour of duty at this global stage as the head of the Namibian delegation, I can confidently attest that IPU is indeed in good hands. Things that were unimaginable a few years ago have come about to form our real work today. It has become a reality. And I remember when my predecessor, the late Dr. Theoben Gurira, took IPU presidency in October 2008, the first question he asked the former Secretary General, Anders Johannesson, was whether the IPU had a strategic plan, a plan that was guiding the work of IPU. We did not have one at that particular time. As we are now today, we have been able to produce the first ever IPU strategic plan covering the period 2012 and 2017, entitled Better Parliaments, Stronger Democracies. Since then, we never look back, but continue to build on that particular success of a strategy and remain on course to do so. We have produced that important document that have guided the work of our organization. And that has been done through various intervals to shape our organization's strategic direction. Therefore, I count on myself fortunate among our generations of leaders who have been part of this organization and work to shape the IPU global vision on various platforms with the global community. I will forever remain grateful to my parliament for granting me this rare opportunity to be a member of this global organization. And as I conclude, I pay tribute to all members of parliaments of IPU for the commitment and contribution we have collectively made towards our organization. Sometimes we had differences which were often important, or profound. However, we have demonstrated our overriding commitment to uphold the ideas and vision of our organization. For me, that matter the most. Together we have achieved a lot under the umbrella of IPU. As I move on, I do that with a happy heart and a clear mind. With time, we will continue to overcome many challenges and make the world a better place for each and every one of us represented here. My colleagues from Namibia, we were able to deliver one IPU president. My colleagues from SADC region, we were able to deliver 2 IPU presidents. My colleagues from Africa geopolitical region, we were able to deliver 7 IPU presidents. Lastly, as a democratic institution, our organization was able to lead 31 democratically elected presidents across its geopolitical regions. Indeed, democracy is shining in IPU family. We are one safe and one together committed to maintain peace and stability. God bless IPU community. God bless each and every one of you present. God bless our organization, IPU, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Namibia. The Maldives, the floor is yours. Followed by Azerbaijan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Honorable President of the IPU, Honorable Secretary General of the IPU, Honorable Speakers of Parliaments and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. It is my honor to address this assembly on the theme Harnessing Science and Technology and Innovation for a More Peaceful and Sustainable Future. Madam President, today's discussion is timely and crucial. As technology advances rapidly, we face both promising opportunities and serious challenges. And our responsibility is clear. It is to use STI to create a world that is peaceful, sustainable, and just. The UN's Pact for the Future, adopted last month, emphasizes the critical role of science, technology, and innovation in addressing global challenges and shaping a sustainable future. SDG 9 on innovation and infrastructure, SDG 17 on partnerships provide a clear roadmap for our efforts. These goals, along with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, remind us of our duty to ensure that scientific progress benefits everyone. Madam President, as you know, the Maldives is a small island nation vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We recognize that science, technology, and innovation are essential for driving development and addressing our most pressing challenges. At COP28, President Dr. Mohamed Muiz announced 2 significant initiatives. The Maldivian government's commitment to providing 33% of the nation's electricity from renewable energy within the next 5 years, and the launch of a national campaign aimed at planting 5 million trees. These efforts reinforce our vision to become a nation centered on sustainable energy with a green and clean atmosphere. For us, leveraging STI to build resilient infrastructure, develop sustainable energy, and protect our precious marine ecosystems is not merely about progress, it is about our survival. Madam President and distinguished delegates, parliaments have a vital role in closing digital gaps between countries. Significant gaps continue to exist in digital access and infrastructure. In the Maldives, we take pride in noting that our People Majlis is first parliament to fully transition online during the pandemic. To further strengthen on focus on technology, the People's Majlis has established a standing committee on ICT. This committee evaluates the performance of national organizations such as the National Center for Information Technology and the Maldives Communication Authority. The Maldives is also expanding the use of AI to enhance public services in critical sectors like healthcare, education, and social welfare. We are also employing AI-driven technologies for environmental monitoring and erosion detection to safeguard our vulnerable ecosystems. As President Dr. Moise also underscored during the plenary of the Summit of the Future at UNGA 79, the Maldives is making significant investments in advanced digital infrastructure to empower young people with access to cutting-edge technologies. He further emphasized that his government is working towards creating a fully digitized economy, driven by artificial intelligence, which is projected to contribute up to 15% of the nation's GDP by 2030. Madam President and delegates, as artificial intelligence evolves, parliaments must balance innovation with regulation. Parliamentarians must also play a key role in protecting democracy. As we all know, disinformation and misinformation threaten democracy. We must stay informed about AI developments, and by working with experts and the community, we can ensure AI benefits humanity. In addition, parliaments must play a crucial role in developing ethical frameworks for STI, in alignment with the IPU's Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology. We must also ensure that research and innovation are conducted with integrity and respect for human rights. In closing, as we harness STI for a more peaceful and sustainable future, let us remain guided by our shared commitment to justice, equity, and human dignity. Madam President and delegates, as we are gathered here, let us also empathize with the struggles faced by the Palestinian people. And I call for an immediate and lasting ceasefire in Palestine. Similarly, I urge the international community to support stability in Lebanon, where a humanitarian crisis is unfolding. I call on all parties to end the conflict and halt strikes to prevent further civilian suffering. Conflicts of this nature have profound and far-reaching consequences. Together, let us build a future that is more peaceful, sustainable, and just for everyone. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Maldives. Azerbaijan is up, followed by Eswatini. Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I greet you all as a general debate of the 149th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and wish our deliberations to be successful and productive. Dear participants, science, technology, and innovation have always been central to development aspiration of societies. Today, their critical role in achieving sustainable development goals has been widely acknowledged. Indeed, Given that STI are closely related to most of the SDGs, they have enormous potential to make a crucial impact on the realization phase of the SDGs. Unfortunately, according to reports, with only 5 years remaining before the expiration of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, only 17% of SDG targets are on track to be met on time. This is quite a worrying situation. Global community has put forward determination to achieve its collectively defined development goals for the benefit of all. Until now, dozens of resolutions, declarations have been adopted. Many forums have been held where clear intentions and commitments have been articulated. Instead, inequalities still remain. Several challenges slow down and even set back progress. The gap between developed and developing countries further widens. Taking into consideration the current situation, it is high time to take real steps and provide viable solutions. Dear participants, talking about the role of science, technology, and innovation in building a more peaceful and sustainable future, the issue of their accessibility and affordability comes to the forefront. If they are only accessible and affordable to developed countries, communities, and individuals, then such a situation will not provide any solutions, and negative impacts of any given challenge will only further increase. The lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic, when certain countries tried to prioritize their own needs for vaccines using their technological advantages, should not be forgotten. If we aspire to achieve collective realization of SDGs and thus leave no one behind, STI should be accessible and affordable to all. Developing countries should identify the measures that are needed to integrate science, technology, and innovation policies into their national development strategies. But these integrations should be promoted through extensive cooperation in financial and technical assistance, capacity building, technology transfer, sharing experiences and best practices. Let me say that parliaments can and have to play an active role in creating a favorable environment for promotion of STI, formulating national development programs, supporting technology sharing and contributing to strengthening partnerships between the countries. In this context, I would like to commend the role of the Interparliamentary Union, which not only possesses political will, but also practical tools to drive Parliament's joint efforts forward and make their voices heard. Dear participants, science, technology, and innovation maintains a central place also in my country, Azerbaijan's development agenda. SDG goals and targets have already been incorporated into national development plans and strategies. Modern innovations and competitive human capital are one of the 5 priority areas of the new socio-economic development strategy until 2030. A digitally focused society that supports cutting-edge technology industries and innovation, increasing the technological capacities of the economy and are envisaged as the driving force for development. Besides, STI are important driving force for Azerbaijan's activities in developing its renewable energy potential and establishing green energy zones in the liberated after Armenian occupation Karabakh and Eastern Zangezur regions. Dear colleagues, I firmly believe that in such an interdependent world where global challenges demand collective responses, countries have moral obligation to facilitate each other's development aspirations. Since 2020, Azerbaijan has provided humanitarian, economic, and technical assistance worth $330 million to over 140 nations. In the framework of the summit of the Non-Aligned Movement Contact Group on fight against COVID-19 held in Azerbaijan in March 2023, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, declared 2 global calls to support the post-pandemic recovery of Africa and small island developing states. The calls envisage direct financial support, enhancing educational opportunities, capacity building, and other technical tools. Ladies and gentlemen, many argue that science, technology, and innovation initiatives should address all three dimensions of sustainable development: economic development, social progress, and environmental protection. I strongly believe in the face of the urgent global challenge such as climate change, environmental protection gains an utmost significance because it is the most pressing issue in our quest for transforming the world into a better place to live for the sake of present and future generations. This is precisely one of the main goals of the all COPs, the next of which, COP29, is fast approaching. It will be held in Baku, Azerbaijan in November this year, and preparations are in full swing. Technology has an important place within the vision of COP29 Azerbaijani presidency because it is a crucial component of the global response to climate change. It plays a pivotal role for facilitating both effective mitigation and adaptation action. Azerbaijani presidency has put forward 14 initiatives, one of which is Green Digital Action Initiative. The landmark first over the Digitalization Day will also be hosted at COP29, which will offer a platform to elevate the discourse on the indispensable role of digital technologies in confronting the climate crisis. A dedicated high-level roundtable and the associated ministerial declaration will also be launched on this day. Dear colleagues, taking into consideration the importance of the issue of climate change in parliamentary deliberations, the IPU and the Parliament of Azerbaijan will organize a parliamentary meeting in the framework of the COP29. Our teams are already finalizing the preparation for this event. And now I call on all of you to take an active part in this meeting. Together, we can turn it into an important milestone of parliamentary contribution to multilateral climate action. We will be glad to see you in Baku. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Azerbaijan. Eswatini, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, presiding officers, and honorable members of the Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to address this esteemed gathering of the 149th IPU Assembly. The theme, Harnessing Science, Technology, and Innovation for a More Peaceful and Sustainable Future, resonates profoundly within the pivotal role that science, technology, and innovation play in fostering a more peaceful and sustainable future. There is no better time than this to advance and deepen the employment of these elements to navigate social challenges, enhance good governance, and to promote civic engagement for the sake of humanity and the planet. The profound impact of issues such as the lingering effects of climate change, food security, climate-related disasters, COVID-19 pandemic, escalating military technological competitions, and conflicts in various corners of the globe are a call for the alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. As at the Kingdom of Eswatini, we bring to this assembly our unique perspectives and experiences about technology and innovation touching on social challenges and enhancing governance. During 2021, the country experienced a civil unrest. The uprising was largely mobilized through social media platforms. This underscores the dual-edged nature of technology in modern governance effectively. Misinformation may combat efforts of peace. Social media can be a powerful tool for empowerment and information dissemination. However, it can also contribute to the rapid spread of the scourge of misinformation, which complicates efforts to maintain peace globally. This experience reveals the need for a dual framework that responds to information processing in the era of post-truth and fake news, while simultaneously investing in digital literacy programs to empower citizens effectively. In a contrasting yet complementary scenario, the Kingdom of Eswatini successfully leveraged mobile applications during the 2023 national elections. The Elections and Boundaries Commission utilized technology to disseminate election results in real time, ensuring transparency and reducing the potential for disputes. The swift communication of results helped to reinforce public trust in the electoral process, leading to peaceful outcomes and a considerable reduction in post-election tensions. This case serves as a best practice for other nations, showcasing the essential function of mobile technology in promoting democracy and civic engagement. The COVID-19 pandemic presented yet another challenge that necessitated the swift adaptation of science and technology in Eswatini. The government employed innovations such as contact tracing applications, telehealth services, and digital communication strategies to disseminate important health information. The rapid deployment of such technologies, coupled with effective disease surveillance, not only mitigated the pandemic's impact, but also underscored the importance of a robust health infrastructure and the timely sharing of information, which are key tenets for peaceful, sustainable society. In the health sector, Eswatini is one of the first countries to attain 95 milestone in the fight against HIV and AIDS. One of the salient innovations in this area has been the use of the PrEP ring, which helps to prevent HIV transmission. This is a very portable and accessible technology that has made a huge impact to vulnerable populations, especially women and children. May I make the following recommendations to the IPU Assembly. One, to invest in digital literacy and inclusion. Governments and organizations should prioritize programs that enhance digital literacy, ensuring that citizens are empowered to navigate the complexities of technology responsibly. This can also assist in mitigating the risks associated with misinformation and fake news during crisis. Number two, foster transparent communication channels. During elections and governance processes, adopting technologies that facilitate real-time reporting can bolster transparency, reduce tension, and build trust between the government and the citizens. Thirdly, innovation through collaborative efforts between governments, business, and civil society will maximize resources and enhance the impact of technology implementation, emphasizing public-private partnership that can drive sustainable development initiatives across all sectors. Fourthly, strengthen health infrastructure through technology. Nations should embrace innovations that enhance healthcare delivery and crisis management, as demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic. Investing in telehealth services, data analytics research is crucial for improving public health outcomes. Fifthly, engage youth in governance, drawing from our Sibaya Assembly's success, which is the gathering of a nation to talk to political leadership. Government should actively seek to involve young people in policy-making processes, utilizing digital platforms to facilitate engagement that create a dynamic that forces accountability and inclusiveness. Finally, the impacts of climate change are locked in for the next 20 to 30 years. One of these impacts is increasingly negative effect climate change has on the underlying drivers of violent conflict and need for humanitarian assistance. Governments should prioritize and seize opportunities for technology to support peace building, even as climate change continues to evolve and stress fragile environments. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Eswatini. Albania is up, followed by Nepal and Iran. Albania, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the session, honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the very beginning of my speech, I would like to share with the Assembly the great news that tomorrow, on October 15th, Albania starts the second intergovernmental conference with the European Union for opening accession negotiations for Cluster 1, the fundamentals. Thank you. This is a well-deserved achievement for Albania and the reforms it has adopted, being the first country that opens accession negotiations based on the new methodology of EU membership. Our Parliament is strongly committed to maintaining the leadership, guaranteeing the democratic legitimacy and the inclusiveness of the process. In the turbulent times we live in, the role of parliaments is becoming increasingly essential, not only for strengthening the system, the institution, and democratic values, but also for supporting economic and social development. The development of every country is increasingly supported by scientific and technological process and progress. In recent years, there has been a rapid development of technological means and knowledge, a phenomenon that is followed by the so-called democratization of these means, the increase in access to knowledge, technology, and artificial intelligence for large groups of the population, particularly the youth. Never before has social and human development worldwide been so influenced by technology as it does today. And never before have we been so challenged by a new world that needs taming through appropriate legislation and regulations. In the recent years, Albania has secured widespread use of online public services. About 95% of all services in the country are now offered online, reducing time of interaction as well as fighting corruption in service delivery. However, we have to keep in mind asymmetrical developments, as the provision of online services has advanced faster than the preparation of the population to access these services, especially in remote areas, among the elderly population and marginalized groups. A challenge we are addressing energetically. The challenges are increasing also due to the risk of cyber attacks, which have risen as a result of Albania's unwavering and clear stance against terrorism. Albania has faced and will continue to successfully face these risks with the assistance of our partners, a stark reminder that advanced technologies can also be used for malicious purposes, distribution of disinformation and hate speech to undermine our democracies. We are working on legislative and oversight functions and regulatory frameworks to ensure that technological advances and innovations are used in an ethical and responsible manner. In April, the Parliament of Albania established the ad hoc committee to coordinate institutional efforts to fight disinformation and other forms of foreign interference into the democratic processes of the country. The committee will work on the legislative and oversight framework that protects our public and our system from these serious threats. Our Parliament, in addition to supporting the broad use of technologies for providing online public services, has also promoted the enhancement of knowledge, skills, and capacity building of the population in using new types of services. This not only aligns our country with contemporary trends in the use of science and technology, but also increases the effectiveness, efficiency, and practical utility of public services, while simultaneously helping to avoid corruption and other practices that impede the marginalized groups of other groups from getting access to services. Furthermore, supporting parliamentary functions, activities, and processes through scientific and technological progress is imperative for the legislative process. We learned that hard lesson during COVID, which tested our limits and pushed us to implement new technologies in parliamentary processes like online committee meetings and beyond. To this day, permanent committee meetings are broadcasted online in real time, ensuring transparency and public involvement. We're pursuing several paths to create synergies between parliamentary processes, science and technology, such as the incorporation of scientific achievements into the legislative process, the creation of special structures of parliamentary service to assist in the parliamentary legislative process and oversight, the establishment of institutional collaboration with universities and academia. The contribution of experts has been effective and useful also in legislation Parliament of Albania has approved recently concerning online public services, cybersecurity, electronic communications, the production of military equipment and technologies, legal regulations in education, healthcare, and more. The involvement of scientific achievements in lawmaking and parliamentary scrutiny has become an added value and a public good for the country. Relying on the best expertise, contemporary knowledge, and technological novelties help the legislative cohesion, contributes to building a more just, democratic, transparent, and inclusive society. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Albania. Nepal, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Albania. Followed by Iran and Oman.
Let's hard this. महामहिम अध्यक्ष महोदय, महामहिम सभामुख तथा अध्यक्षज्यूहरू, महामहिम संसद सदस्यज्यूहरू, महिला तथा सज्जनवृन्द, नेपालको संघीय संसदको प्रतिनिधित्व गर्दै विश्वका संसदहरूको महासभा अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घको 149औं सम्मेलनलाई सम्बोधन गर्न पाउँदा मैले गौरवान्वित महसुस गरेको छु। अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घको सम्मेलन सफलताको लागि विश्वको सर्वोच्च शिखर सगरमाथा एवं शान्तिका अग्रदूत गौतम बुद्धको जन्मभूमि नेपालका 3 करोड जनता तथा संघीय संसदको तर्फबाट शुभेच्छा लिएर उपस्थित भएको छु। जलवायु परिवर्तन, प्राकृतिक प्रकोप, भूराजनीतिक तनाव, गरिबी, असमानता लगायतका प्रमुख चुनौतीहरू सामना गर्न अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय स्तरमा विचार विमर्श र योगदान गर्न अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घ एक महत्त्वपूर्ण मञ्चको रूपमा रहँदै आएको छ। संयुक्त राष्ट्र सङ्घको 79औं महासभाद्वारा पारित भविष्यका लागि सम्झौता, ग्लोबल डिजिटल कम्प्याक्ट र भावी पुस्ताका लागि घोषणाको सन्दर्भमा हामी बीच छलफल भइरहेको शान्तिपूर्ण र दिगो भविष्यको लागि विज्ञान प्रविधि र नवप्रवर्तनको सदुपयोगको विषयले समाजसमेत विश्वलाई प्रतिबिम्बित गर्दछ। विज्ञान प्रविधि र नवप्रवर्तनको विकासले मानव जीवनलाई सहज र गतिशील बनाउन विविध अवसरहरू प्रदान गरेको छ। यसले 2015 मा लागू गरिएको दिगो विकासका लक्ष्यहरू हासिल गर्न रूपान्तरणकारी क्षमता समेत राख्दछ। यस सन्दर्भमा विभिन्न देशका व्यवस्थापिकाको प्रतिनिधित्व गरिरहेका हामीले सबै नागरिकको प्रविधिमा पहुँच र प्रतिफल वितरणमा समता कायम हुने गरी कानुनको निर्माण र त्यसको प्रभावकारी कार्यान्वयनमा जोड दिन आवश्यक छ। अध्यक्ष महोदय, संसारका सांसदहरूको यस गरिमामय मञ्चले प्रमुख सरोकारका कतिपय विषयहरूमा छलफल गर्न आवश्यक छ। सूचना प्रविधिको क्षमता, विकास र पहुँचमा देशभित्र र देशहरूबीच ठुलो अन्तर छ। अझै पनि 2.5 अरब भन्दा बढी मानिसहरूको सूचना प्रविधिमा पहुँच छैन। तसर्थ हामी सबै एकजुट भई चुनौतीहरूको सामना गर्न र विज्ञान प्रविधि र नवप्रवर्तनका उपलब्धिहरूमा सबैको समान पहुँच सुनिश्चित गर्न आवश्यक छ। विज्ञान प्रविधिको विकास र प्रयोगलाई मानव समाजको हितमा सदुपयोग गर्न तथा यसबाट सिर्जना हुन सक्ने गोपनीयता भङ्ग, साइबर सुरक्षा, नकारात्मक सामग्रीको प्रचार जस्ता जोखिम र चुनौतीहरूलाई पनि सामना गर्न कानुन निर्माण तथा सरकारका कामहरूको अनुगमन गर्ने संवैधानिक जिम्मेवारीमा रहेका विश्वका व्यवस्थापिकाले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका निर्वाह गर्न जोड दिनुपर्दछ। विज्ञान प्रविधि र नवप्रवर्तनका क्षेत्रमा अनुसन्धान, विकास, स्रोत परिचालन र युवाहरूको सहभागिता बढाउनका लागि अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सहयोग र सहकार्यको वातावरण सिर्जना गर्न र यसको आवश्यक नियमन गर्दै विश्वका सबै प्रविधिमा समान पहुँचको सुनिश्चितता गर्नु छ। विकास र विकासशील देशहरू बीचको विज्ञान प्रविधिको क्षेत्रमा देखिएको खाडलपूर्ण व्यवस्थापिकाहरूबीच नीति निर्माण, कार्यान्वयन, उत्कृष्ट अभ्यास र अनुभवहरूको आदान प्रदान गर्न आवश्यक छ। अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घले आफ्नो कार्ययोजनामा एआईलाई समेट्नुका साथै विज्ञान प्रविधि सम्बन्धी कार्यसमूह गठन गरी यसको सदुपयोग सम्बन्धी आचार संहिता निर्माणको प्रयास गर्नु प्रशंसनीय छ। विज्ञान प्रविधि र नवप्रवर्तनमा भइरहेका विकास र उपलब्धिहरूलाई सङ्कीर्ण राष्ट्रियताको घेराभन्दा माथि उठेर विश्वव्यापी र साझा हितको विषयका रूपमा हेरिनुपर्दछ। हामीले आपसी सहयोग र सहकार्य मार्फत ज्ञान र अनुभव साटासाट गरी विज्ञान प्रविधि तथा नवप्रवर्तनबाट उत्पन्न हुने नकारात्मक असरहरूको न्यूनीकरण गर्न सक्दछौँ। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 3 करोड जनसङ्ख्या भएको नेपाल जैविक, भौगोलिक र जातीय विविधता युक्त समाज हो। नेपाल सङ्घीय लोकतान्त्रिक गणतान्त्रिक राज्य हो। संविधानले देशको विविधतालाई प्रतिबिम्बित गर्दै महिला, अल्पसङ्ख्यक र समान्तकृत समुदायको प्रतिनिधित्वको सुनिश्चितता गर्न समावेशी र समानुपातिक प्रणालीलाई संस्थागत गरेको छ। नेपालको शान्ति प्रक्रियालाई निष्कर्षमा पुर्याउन अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय समुदाय र मित्र राष्ट्रहरूबाट प्राप्त सहयोग र शुभेच्छाका लागि हामी आभार व्यक्त गर्दछौँ। शान्ति प्रक्रियाको महत्त्वपूर्ण पक्षका रूपमा रहेको सङ्क्रमणकालीन न्यायलाई पूर्णता दिन नेपालका दुवै सदनबाट बेपत्ता पारिएका व्यक्तिको छानबिन र सत्य निरूपण तथा मेलमिलाप आयोग सम्बन्धी कानुन पारित भएको छ। विश्वको सर्वोच्च शिखर सगरमाथा लगायत हिमाल र अन्य क्षेत्रमा जलवायु परिवर्तनको प्रतिकूल प्रभाव परेको छ। समग्र जलवायु न्यायलाई ध्यान दिँदै विकसित देशहरूबाट विकासोन्मुख देशहरूलाई प्रविधिगत, पुँजीगत तथा क्षमता वृद्धि सम्बन्धी सहयोग उपलब्ध गराउन अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घले तथा हाम्रा व्यवस्थापिकाहरूले प्रभावकारी भूमिका खेल्नुपर्ने देखिन्छ। तसर्थ जलवायु परिवर्तनका कारण उत्पन्न हुने क्षतिलाई न्यूनीकरण गर्न नेपाललाई पर्याप्त वित्तीय स्रोत र प्रविधि उपलब्ध गराउन हामी अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय समुदाय समक्ष अपिल गर्न चाहन्छौँ। शान्तिका अग्रदूत गौतम बुद्ध जन्मेको देश नेपाल सदैव संयुक्त राष्ट्रसङ्घको बडापत्र, पञ्चशीलका सिद्धान्त तथा विश्व शान्तिका मूल्य मान्यताहरूमा आधारित भई सबैसँग मित्रता, छैन कसैसँग शत्रुता भन्ने परराष्ट्र नीति अँगालेको छ। साथै सन् 2026मा अति कम विकसित मुलुकहरूको समूहबाट स्तरोन्नति हुने तयारी गरिरहेको नेपालका लागि क्षमता अभिवृद्धि गर्न थप अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सहायता आवश्यक छ। अध्यक्ष महोदय, शान्ति, लोकतन्त्र, मानवाधिकार, दिगो विकास र अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सुरक्षा जस्ता समसामयिक विषयहरूमा अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घले आगामी दिनमा प्रभावकारी भूमिका निर्वाह गर्नेमा हामी विश्वस्त छौँ। यस संस्थाका उद्देश्य एवं लक्ष्यहरू हासिल गर्नका लागि नेपालको सङ्घीय संसदको पूर्ण सहयोग र एकबद्धता रहने प्रतिबद्धता व्यक्त गर्दछु। अन्तमा यस सुन्दर सहर जेनेभामा हामीलाई न्यानो स्वागत तथा आतिथ्यका लागि स्विजरल्यान्ड सरकार र जनतालाई हार्दिक धन्यवाद व्यक्त गर्दछु। साथै सम्मेलनको उत्कृष्ट व्यवस्थापनका लागि हाम्रो प्रतिमण्डलको तर्फबाट अन्तर्व्यवस्थाका सङ्घलाई विशेष धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौँ। आउनुहोस् शान्तिपूर्ण र दिगो भविष्यको लागि अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सहकार्य अभिवृद्धि गर्दै अघि बढौँ। धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you very much, Nepal. Iran has the floor. Iran has the floor. Thank you, Nepal. Followed by Oman.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. آقای رئیس، عالی جنابان، همکاران محترم، خانم ها و آقایان، بسیار خوشحالم که در این مقطع حساس بین المللی در جمع شما هستم و می توانم نکاتی را با شما در میان بگذارم. موضوع این اجلاس استفاده از علم و فناوری و نوآوری برای آینده مسالمت آمیزتر و پایدارتر است. اما واقعیت این است که امروز علم و فناوری به جای آنکه آینده‌ای صلح‌آمیزتر برای بشریت به ارمغان آورد، در خدمت جنگ، کشتار دست جمعی غیر نظامیان و ترور دولتی توسط صهیونیسم جنایتکار قرار گرفته است. خانم‌ها، آقایان، نمایندگان ملت‌های جهان، من مستقیماً از بیروت به اینجا آمدم. از میان خرابه‌های بمباران‌هایی که مردم غیر نظامی را شهید و بیش از 1,000,000 نفر را آواره کرده است. من صدای مظلوم و مقتدر لبنان هستم، مردمی که مظلومانه هر لحظه منتظر حمله ناجوانمردانه جنگنده‌های آمریکایی هستند، اما مقتدرانه و با اراده تاریخی در شکست دادن بزرگترین دشمن انسانیت تردید به خود راه نداده اند. رژیم فکر می کرد با ترور مرد انسانیت و شرافت، یعنی نصرالله بزرگ، توانسته از پایان مقاومت در لبنان را رقم بزند، اما شکست‌های زمینی و عملیات گولانی به رژیم نشان داد حزب الله زنده است و از سوی مردم لبنان حمایت می شود. غیر نظامیانی که خلاف همه قوانین بین المللی پیش چشمان جهان شهید، زخمی و آواره می شوند. آنها منتظر اقدامات عملی ما برای کمک به آوارگان و همچنین آتشبس پایداری هستند که وحشیگری‌های ضد انسانی رژیم جنایتکار اسرائیل را کنترل کند. و همینجا نیز اعلام می کنم ایران از هر آتشبسی که دولت، مجلس و مقاومت لبنان موافقت کند حمایت می کند. همکاران گرامی، اجازه می خواهم با شما صریح باشم. ما با رژیم مواجه هستیم که نه تنها بیش از 10,000 کودک را کشته، بلکه با آنها افتخار هم می کند. با رژیم مواجهیم که هیچ ارزشی برای هیچ معیار حقوقی و اخلاقی قائل نیست. با رژیمی روبرو هستیم که از زنده سوزاندن مردم غیر نظامی در اردوگاه آوارگان ابایی ندارد. ما با رژیمی مواجهیم که میتوان آن را آموزگار همه قاتلان تاریخ خواند. با رژیمی روبرو هستیم که تا دیروز زمینهای فلسطینیان را غصب و خانه‌های آنها را خراب می‌کرد، اما اکنون با خیال راحت و با مهمات و تجهیزات آمریکایی شهرها را ویران می‌کند و زیرساختها را از بین می‌برد. جهان اکنون با افرادی مواجه است که نسل کشی را افتخار، کودک کشی را دستاورد نظامی و تخریب خانه‌ها را پیشرفت میدانی و آواره کردن مردم را پیروزی راهبردی محسوب می‌کند. اجازه بدهید خلاصه کنم، ما با رژیمی مواجه هستیم که در حال تبدیل کردن جنایت به یک عرف در روابط خود با دیگر کشورهاست. آیا می‌خواهیم بایستیم و تماشا کنیم؟ آقای رئیس، آقایان و خانم‌های محترم، اگر وضعیت فعلی تداوم پیدا کند، جهان گرفتار بحرانی عمیق خواهد شد. تداوم فعلی رفتارهای تیم فعلی در رژیم صهیونیستی منجر به شعله‌ور شدن منطقه و آغاز بحرانهای نظامی و امنیتی بیپایان خواهد شد. وقتی منطقه آتش گرفت، دیگر صلح قابل احیا نخواهد بود و همه، مخصوصاً آمریکا و کشورهای حامی این دشمن بشریت، ضرر خواهند کرد. حضار گرامی، گروه‌های مقاومت نگهبانان صلح در منطقه خاورمیانه هستند و ایران امروز در کانون یک تلاش فداکارانه برای متوقف کردن این رژیم جنایتکار قرار دارد و به آن افتخار می‌کند. ما افتخار می‌کنیم که بهترین مردمانمان در کنار رهبرانی مانند شهید سید حسن نصرالله و شهید اسماعیل هنیه را در این نبرد مقدس به شهادت رسیدند. برادر عزیزم شهید قاسم سلیمانی که منطقه را از شر داعش نجات داد، تنها یکی از قهرمانان دفاع از صلح است. ما به وظیفه تاریخی خود عمل خواهیم کرد و در انتظاریم که ببینیم جهان در دفاع از آرمان حقوق بشر چه می کند. دوستان عزیز، رژیم صهیونیستی دیوانه شده است، چرا که در تأمین امنیت سرزمین‌های اشغالی ناکام مانده است و پایان موجودیت خود را نزدیک می‌بیند. به همین دلیل حتی مصلحت خود را نیز تشخیص نمی‌دهد. لذا ما به کشورهای حامی این رژیم جنایتکار توصیه می‌کنیم قبل از اینکه برای همه از جمله آنها دیر شود، کمک‌های نظامی، اقتصادی، اطلاعاتی، سیاسی و رسانه‌ای به اسرائیل را پایان دهند و او را مجبور به پذیرش آتشبس پایدار کنند. و از همه مجالس جهان می‌خواهم که مسئولانه به وظیفه تاریخی خود عمل کنند و برای نجات انسانیت و شرافت این دشمنان صلح و بشریت را در جامعه جهانی منزوی کنند. نمایندگان ملت‌های جهان، تاریخ درباره ما قضاوت خواهد کرد. سمت درست تاریخ انسانیت بایستید. متشکرم از توجه همه شما.
Thank you very much, Iran. Oman has the floor, and in announcing Oman, I hand over to my colleague from Albania. Thank you very much for your attention. My colleague from Albania will continue as the acting president.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي رئيسة الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، رؤساء الوفود المشاركة، أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ينعقد هذا اللقاء حول الاستفادة من العلم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار من أجل مستقبل أكثر سلما واستدامة، وإن لهذا التباحث والتعاون الذي سيعمل على تحقيق العديد من الأهداف التي نطمح إليها جميعا، والتي سيكون لها أثرها الإيجابي على دولنا وشعوبنا في المديين القريب والبعيد. فالتنمية المستدامة التي تأخذ في الاعتبار البعد التعليمي ومواكبة التطور والتكنولوجيا والمعرفة المتقدمة، وتعمل على حسن إدارة وتكييف هذه المستجدات المعرفية والاهتمام بها والاستفادة منها بما يخدم التطلعات والاستراتيجيات المؤمل منها لتحقيق الحياة الكريمة لأفراد المجتمع، مع ضرورة الحفاظ على هذه الموارد واستدامتها لتستفيد الأجيال القادمة منها وتنال حقها الوفير من إمكانات هذه الموارد. وبالتالي فإن العمل لتحقيق ذلك يتطلب جهدا مضاعفا وبذلا كبيرا وتعاونا بين مختلف الدول، الأمر الذي نؤكد عليه ونعمل على دعمه ليكون مثالا في تعزيز التعاون الدولي، والأمر الذي يعود أثره نفعا وفائدة على شعوبنا. أيها الحضور الكريم، يمثل العلم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار مرتكزا من مرتكزات العمل الوطني في سلطنة عمان، فقد رسمت الرؤية الوطنية المستقبل 2040 أهدافا واضحة على المستوى التعليمي والتعلم والبحث العلمي والقدرات الوطنية، والتي منها إيجاد منظومة وطنية فاعلة للبحث العلمي والإبداع والابتكار تسهم في اقتصاد المعرفة وتطويره. وأطلقت بلادي البرنامج الوطني للذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الرقمية المتقدمة. ومن مبادرات هذا البرنامج إنشاء وتأسيس مركزاً وطنياً للبحث والتطوير ومركزاً للثورة الصناعية الرابعة. كذلك دشنت بلادي سبقاً تقنياً بتفعيل واستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في العملية الانتخابية الأخيرة لأعضاء مجلس الشورى في الفترة الحالية، والذي يمثل خطوة مهمة نحو تطوير العملية الانتخابية بالدقة والكفاءة، مؤكدين المضي قدما في مختلف المسارات والغايات لتعزيز المؤشرات وتحقيق الأهداف الاستراتيجية التي تخدم واقع العلم والمعرفة والتكنولوجيا والابتكار من أجل تنمية وأمن مستدام. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، في ظل الحديث عن المستقبل الأكثر سلما واستدامة، ومن خلال تهيئة الاستفادة من العلم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار في الحقيقة، استوقفني بعض المفردات من المواقف فيما يكتب ويناقش في المحافل واللقاءات، وما الذي أصبح عليه عالمنا اليوم من واقع وحقائق، حيث أننا نلاحظ أن ما يبنى بالاجتهاد والعلم والمعرفة وتهيئة عالم الابتكار والتكنولوجيا الحديثة للوصول إلى الحقائق والمضامين، نتفاجأ أن ذات المعول الذي بني ذلك المجد والحضارة هو ذاته من يهدم الأمجاد. فنحن ندرك ما للعلم والتكنولوجيا الحديثة وإسهاماتها ودورها في تقدم الأمم والشعوب، وإنه لم يتأتى ذلك إلا بفضل من الله سبحانه وتعالى وتهيئته لنا أساليب التكنولوجيا الحديثة. ولكننا يجب أن لا نغفل أن التقنية عندما أسيء استخدامها في غير مواضعها الأمر الذي زعزع المفاهيم عن أساسياتها. ومن هذا المنطلق فإننا نقصد القضايا الإنسانية للشعوب وما يشهده الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة منذ أكثر من عام مضى، وما تتعرض له الجمهورية اللبنانية الشقيقة من تدمير نتيجة للتوظيف السيء للذكاء الاصطناعي، لتتسع دائرة الدمار الشامل باستخدام همجي لوسائل التكنولوجيا الحديثة. فهنالك حرب إبادة جماعية مروعة وانعدام تام لمتطلبات الحياة وتوقف للتعليم وشلل تام للتنمية، من دمار شامل للبنية التحتية وإتلاف متعمد لكل أشكال الحياة وفقدان واضح لأبسط الحقوق الإنسانية. وهذه الجرائم المستمرة وما نشاهده بين الحين والآخر ليس مجرد اعتداءات عسكرية، بل هو فصل جديد من فصول الغطرسة والتجبر، وكل ذلك في ظل صمت دولي مقيت لا يمكن تفسيره، صمت لم تعرف له البشرية مثيلا. هذا الصمت الدولي عن وقف هذه الاعتداءات أتاح لإسرائيل توسيع دائرة فسادها وعدوانها لتطال حقوق الشعوب، وكأن ضمير الإنسانية قد غفى في وجه هذا الظلم البين. أيها الحضور الكريم، كيف لنا أن نتحدث عن حقوق الأطفال وحمايتهم وهنالك في غزة ترتكب مجازر في حقهم من قبل إسرائيل؟ فهنالك الآلاف من الأطفال حرمتهم إسرائيل من عالمهم البريء، فقد استشهد 16,900 طفلا إلى جانب 171 أطفالا رضعا ولدوا واستشهدوا، و710 أطفالا استشهدوا خلال الحرب وأعمارهم أقل من عام. كيف نقيم هنا في الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي منتديات للنساء والشباب في الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي ونصمت عن جرائم ترتكبها إسرائيل في حق غزة، حيث استشهدت 11,458 من النساء إلى جانب 11,500 طالبا وطالبة و7,500 معلما ومعلمة قتلهم الاحتلال. فكيف لنا أن نتحدث ونتناقش عن مستقبل أكثر سلما واستدامة وهناك في غزة ارتكبت أكثر من 3,617 مجزرة ومن قبل الجيش الاحتلال، مع تسجيل أكثر من 51,000 شهيد ومفقود وأكثر من 96,000 إصابة، أغلب الضحايا من النساء والأطفال، إلى جانب نزوح نحو 2,000,000 شخص مع تدمير أكثر من 150,000 وحدة سكنية. وكيف لنا أن نناقش أهمية ومتطلبات التنمية والتقدم والأمان وهنالك توحيد، وهنالك توجد دولا تحت الاحتلال ينعدم لديها الاستقرار والأمن والأمان، وفيها آلة حرب الإسرائيلية التي دمرت وما زالت تدمر جهود التنمية ومساواتها بالأرض دكا دكا، وقد دمر فيها 611 مسجدا و3 كنائس و200 مقر حكومي تم تدميرها، إلى جانب 125 مدرسة وجامعة و700 بئر للمياه تم تدميرها بشكل مستهدف من قبل جيش الاحتلال. وهنالك الكثير من الإحصاءات الرقمية التي يقشعر لها البدن، ولا يخفى على الجميع أن الدائرة تتسع والعدد يزداد إذا ما أضيف إليه ما حدث ويحدث في غزة وبيروت يوميا. وهنا يتضح جليا بأن ما يجري لا يقوم به إلا كيان غاصب محتل لا يحترم حقوق الإنسان ويضرب بالقانون الدولي عرض الحائط. ونحن أمام اختبار حقيقي أيها الأخوة. نحن كمجموعة عربية لدينا بند طارئ، وندعوكم بالجميع من القلب أن يتم التصويت لهذا البند الطارئ الذي تقدمت به فلسطين والجزائر وأيدته المجموعة العربية والمجموعة الإسلامية، وكلنا أمل في هذه اللحظة الصعبة أن يتم التصويت ونجاح هذا البند الطارئ. كل الشكر والتقدير والامتنان. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, sir. Next is the President of the Parliament of Ethiopia and then Malawi.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, distinguished speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, please allow me to congratulate the Honorable President of IPU, Dr. Tulia Axon, for her remarkable leadership of this 1949 Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. I would also like to commend the IPU Secretary General and his team for the outstanding preparation of this assembly. Additionally, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to the people and government of Switzerland for the warm hospitality accorded to the whole delegation of mine. It is a distinct honor for me to address the 1949th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we gather here at the time of sweeping revolution in science and technology, which carries huge promises and perils. In many parts of the world, the fast-moving transformation in science and technology are outstanding, outpacing existing rules and regulations at national and international level. Concurrently, technological innovations are becoming more unpredictable and complex, with less oversight and control. As a result, current artificial intelligence, AI-led revolution urgently requires meaningful discussion among parliamentarians, as it requires effective governance at all levels. Hence, in light of these changes, we believe that the 1949 theme, harnessing science, technology, innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future, is a timely and fitting agenda. In this context, we believe that parliamentarians and parliamentarians have an enormous responsibility in establishing the legal and regulatory frameworks that govern new innovations and technologies. More importantly, as a major global issue, it is important that states put their actions together to better address the challenge and harness the benefits of technological developments. In this regard, IPU Charter on Ethics of Science and Technology is set up, is step in the right directions. It offers a roadmap for ethically utilizing these technologies to advance socio-economic development while minimizing the changes that may arise from lack of regulatory oversight. In addition, the recent adoption of a pact for the future by the UN General Assembly that includes global digital compact to reinvigorate multilateralism and address the 21st century challenges is also notable progress. Therefore, Ethiopia strongly believes that IPU should support parliaments to adopt relevant legislation and undertake oversight of the executive function. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Ethiopia has been taking hold and ambitious initiatives to increase the effective use of science and technology for social and economic development. The Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy for inclusive prosperity is a landmark policy document that aims to harness technology to drive economic growth and improve public service in our country. The plan aligns with the 2019 Homegrown Economy Reform Agenda, which broadly outlines strategies aimed at incorporating digitalization into sustainable development framework. Ethiopia's National Digital ID Initiative also aims to register 17 million citizens by 2025. Enhancing access to services and supporting national development. In addition, we have recently adopted a national artificial intelligence policy framework, marking a significant step forward in Ethiopia's aspiration to leverage artificial intelligence innovation, drive socio-economic process, and strengthen its technological capabilities. However, lack of adequate digital infrastructure and addressing the capacity gap remains a major challenge. As the technology rapidly evolves, it is therefore imperative to strengthen cooperation and partnerships in laying the foundation for digital transformation and innovations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia believes that advancement in science and technology offers unparalleled opportunity to bridge the gap in socio-economic development among the developing and developed nations. Hence, it is important that parliamentarians effectively leverage their legislative mandate to ensure safe use of technologies, including data protection and cybersecurity through dedicated subcommittees. It is also critical to strengthen parliamentary cooperation in capacity building and experience sharing. As I conclude, Honorable President, allow me to reiterate Ethiopia's commitment to extend its support to the efforts of IPU to advance the use of science and technology and achieve the sustainable development goals in Agenda 2030. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Malawi, you have the floor, and then Malta.
Madam President, all honorable distinguished guests present here, it is with great honor that I address this esteemed assembly, which is meeting here in this beautiful city of Geneva to contribute from a Malawian perspective to the topic of vital importance to the future of our world entitled Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation, STI, for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Madam President, as representatives of nations and a steward of progress, it is our responsibility to ensure that the tools of science and technology serve not only as engines of growth, but as catalysts for peace and sustainability. Today, as I stand before you to share Malawi's experience, which includes the strides we've made and the challenges we face in aligning STI with our national goals. Our journey demonstrates how STIs can accelerate sustainable development and improve the lives of our citizens, but also highlights the crucial role that parliaments play in guiding this transformation. Madam President, over the years, Malawi has embarked on a deliberate path to harness the potential of science, technology, and innovation. This commitment is enshrined in our national policies and frameworks, designed to promote STI as a key driver for economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. Our progress aligns with the Malawi Growth and Development Strategy, a blueprint that underscores the importance of infrastructure development, innovation, and institutional growth as pillars of national advancement. STI plays a central role in this vision, supporting various sectors such as agriculture, health, energy, and education. These initiatives align with the international agenda for the sustainable development and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 9 and 13, which focus on industry, innovation, infrastructure, and climate action. Madam President, the government of Malawi has implemented a range of policies and acts to foster the growth of STI. Let me highlight some of these. The National Science and Technology Policy. This has been laid as a groundwork for the promotion of research and innovation in Malawi. It emphasized on creating an enabling environment for scientific exploration and technological advancement. The Malawi Growth and Development Strategy 1, 2, and 3, implemented over the past decades, identified STI as a critical pillar for accelerating economic growth and achieving sustainable development. The National ICT Policy. This has increased access to digital technologies and facilitated e-money solutions like mobile money and significantly enhanced business transactions and economic inclusion. The National Commission of Science and Technology. This is ensuring that the coordination and regulation and promotion of research and innovation in Malawi. The National Climate Change Policy. This is focusing on addressing climate change and transforming our agricultural sector through technology innovation to secure food and ensure economic growth. Malawi Vision 2063 and its first 10-year implementation plan set out as a comprehensive roadmap where STI serves as a key enabler to our vision to become a wealthy, industrialized, and middle-income country. Madam President, the government of Malawi is also promoting a number of projects. One of them, the government is providing desktops and mobile software, which is assisting students in interactive learning. In addition, government of Malawi has adopted a unique model known as Connect a School Project, which is aiming at enhancing the capacity of secondary school students to serve the students as well as the community around the schools. The goal of this initiative is to ensure universal internet access with affordable and reliable internet for all. And for the women and health, we have introduced a mobile network system where the hospitals will send a reminder to women in the rural areas whenever it is time for them to attend to antenatal services. And this is working very, very effectively. The Parliament of Malawi has been integral in promoting STI as a pathway to peace and sustainability. We recognize that underdevelopment can lead to social unrest, and thus we emphasize the need for scientific innovation in national policy. To this end, our Parliament has taken several decisive steps as follows. Legislative and regulatory frameworks. We've enacted quite a number of laws, budget allocation and oversight, policy development, as well as stakeholder engagement. Honorable colleagues, as much as there's a lot of positivity in STI, we do also have some challenges. And these challenges include e-waste and resource depletion. Rapid technology advancement contribute to the accumulation of e-waste and depletion of finite natural resources. Proper management, sustainable sourcing are key to addressing these issues. Digital divide. We are aware that access to technology remains uneven, particularly in rural areas, exacerbating inequality. For instance, in Malawi, many rural areas face significant challenges in accessing the internet and digital devices. This is largely because of the economic constraints and, in some cases, social norms. For instance, many women in rural communities do not own mobile phones or computers, which limits their ability to engage with and benefit from technology. As a result, they miss out on opportunities for education, business development, and access to critical services that are increasingly moving online. Hence, closing this gap is essential for inclusive development. Job displacement. Automation and artificial intelligence may lead to job losses in traditional industries, which requires us to create policies that promote retraining and new employment opportunities. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, let me mention that our journey in Malawi demonstrates that while the path to harnessing STI is not without obstacles, it is a path we must pursue if we are to achieve peace and sustainability. With continued investment, policy support, and international partnership, STI will undoubtedly play a transformative role in our shared future. In conclusion, Madam President, it is my hope that through collaborative efforts such as this conference, we can share knowledge, overcome challenges, and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and peaceful world for generations to come. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Malta, you have the floor, and then Zambia.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, dear fellow parliamentarians, science, technology, and innovation are part and parcel of humanity, as humans use these important tools with the aim to improve their lives and the lives of others. Science, technology, and innovation are important tools. They are indeed essential and will remain crucial as long as there is humanity. The essence of these tools is not questionable. The question, however, that all of us here should be asking is, how are these tools to be properly used? Are they leading towards the desired results? Are these tools leading towards more peace and sustainable in our communities? Science, technology, and innovation play a fundamental role in finding innovative solutions to complex challenges such as access to education, healthcare, clean water, food security, clean energy, which are crucial to our eradicating poverty. Furthermore, these tools are a strong driver of economic growth, creating job opportunities for highly skilled professionals who generate innovative solutions with a special emphasis on those that promote social inclusion. Madam Chair, this in turn should reduce inequalities and improves the quality of life of the most vulnerable communities. Let us have a look, for instance, at how humans reacted when a few years ago we had the COVID pandemic in such an unexpected way. Through science, technology, and innovation, a vaccine to counter this virus was created in a record time span. This is the positive side of humanity. We can react quickly and effectively when using these tools in the correct way. I never question the ability of humans to create and innovate. It is something that we are very good at it. But when it comes to distribution and equal access to what humans manage to create, then it is here, and I emphasize, it is here when we need to work much more. The fact that we are living in a digital age, the fact we are debating how to deal with robots and artificial intelligence, and at the time having millions of people
still dying of hunger, then there is something wrong with us. Let me give you a simple example on how there can be a mismatch between science and technology, innovation on one hand, and economic interests on the others. Banks. Banks are getting more digital, same as other sectors are doing. Until a few years ago, we used to go to the bank branches every time we needed to make a financial transaction. With digital transformation, we do not need to go to the branches anymore. So bank branches are getting less busy, and therefore the economic sense tells us that the bank should close the branches. Digital transformation makes sense both for the customer and for the banks. But then, what about the elderly who do not use a smartphone? For example, for who are less educated. Therefore, it is crucial that technology and innovation should move hand in hand with social responsibility. Here comes the role of us, politicians, parliamentarians. Our job is to make sure that no one is left behind. Social responsibility, Madam Chair, should not only be catered for a local and national level, but on a global level as well. That is why we have international institutions. That is why we are here. So global challenges need global solutions. It is unacceptable that extreme poverty today and hunger continue to persist in today's world. We must turn climate and environmental challenges into opportunities for a cleaner, greener world by scaling up renewable energy, transitioning away from fossil fuels and achieving net zero. We must also work to ensure that our oceans' health, resilience and sustainability, and take action to address sea level rise, which disproportionately impacts small island development states like Malta. Let us therefore harness the benefits of science, technology, innovation and digital cooperation to improve every aspect of our lives while keeping a watchful eye on potential threats. The way forward is twofold, Madam Chair. First, we need to always keep investing and investing in better education. Education is the key to build inclusive sciences. On the other hand, it is important that treat education as lifelong experience. Science and technology go together. They change fast over a short time span, and what is relevant 2 years ago is probably obsolete today. So second, our parliaments, we legislators, should carry out the impact assessment and make sure that our policies, our legislation are social proof. We, parliamentarians, have a duty to promote inclusive policies and inclusive legislation. To conclude, Madam Chair, dear colleagues, dear parliamentarians, I have no doubt, absolutely, in the ability of human beings to create, to improve, and find solutions to difficult situations, to difficult activities. We, as the history has proved time to time, again, that we are capable to embrace challenges. It is the will, it is the correct way in using these solutions that sometimes we lack. It is that moral compass that we must always try to use in the right way in order to have better lives, better societies, and a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your passionate speech. Zambia, you have the floor, then Australia.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I'm honored to be accorded this opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic, Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation, STI, for a more peaceful and sustainable future. This year's assembly coincides with the commemoration of 100 years of the National Assembly of Zambia existence. I have since declared that starting next year, 23rd May will be observed annually as Parliament Day in Zambia. In addition, for the first time in the history of our Parliament, the 2025 national budget is being scrutinized through sector committees, a big reform in the history of our Parliament, which undoubtedly will enhance financing, among other tangible outcomes, towards research and development, of which science, technology and innovation are an integral component. Madam President, The month of October remains dear to our country. In a few days' time, Zambia will be celebrating 60 years of our independence with impeccable democratic credentials of being the peace haven of Southern Africa, with a record of peaceful handover of power by 7 presidents and 4 political parties. Madam President, the contribution of STI to a more peaceful and sustainable future is well acknowledged globally. Sustainable Development Goal 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure speaks to fostering innovation and technology progress for promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Similarly, Article 27 of the United Nations Declaration for Human Rights affirms everyone's right to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. Madam President, the adoption of the new Charter on Ethics of Science and Technology by the Governing Council of the IPU, aimed at creating a regulatory framework of principles to guide legislation and decision-making that will ensure that science and technology, especially in the age of artificial intelligence, will be impactful on humanity, society, and the environment. Madam President, the theme for the 149th Assembly could not have come at a better time than now, especially that Zambia is going through a very challenging period. This is in view of the severe drought we have experienced caused by the El Nino weather conditions. The drought has had devastating consequences on many critical sectors, such as agriculture, water, and energy, risking 84 out of the 116 districts, accounting for over 6 million of our people. Amidst this challenge, I am happy to inform you, dear colleagues, that the government of the Republic of Zambia has harnessed science, technology, and innovation to mitigate against the impact of the drought. These include early maturing, disease and pest-resistant, high-yielding and climate-smart seed varieties, water harvesting technologies, and high-tech irrigation models. Suffice to mention that in the energy sector, our government has introduced what is called net metering system, which allow customers who produce their own electricity to feed excess electricity generated into the national grid. Madam President, it is in its effort to advance the harnessing of STIs, the Parliament of Zambia has enacted various legislation that govern the STI sector, meant to build a more peaceful and sustainable Zambia. Further, the Parliament of Zambia, as part of the budget approval function, allocates resources to STIs through the Strategic Research Fund and the Science, Technology and Innovation Youth Fund. These funds are aimed at enhancing research as well as encouraging youth and women in developing scientific and or technological innovations, with specific focus on innovations that are relevant to the creation of wealth and employment sustainably. Madam President, to demonstrate its commitment in harnessing STI, the Parliament of Zambia was among the few legislatures in the region who continued to conduct its parliamentary business amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. This was made possible through the use of the e-chamber system that managed the plenary as well as the committee sittings. The system, among others, is used to generate attendance lists, speakers lists where MPs who wish to speak on a matter are captured, provision for raising points of order and facilitating electronic voting. In addition, our Parliament, in collaboration with the Smart Zambia Institute, has installed Starlink internet devices to all our 156 constituencies. This has enabled the constituents to communicate effectively with their members of Parliament on important matters such as the Constituency Development Fund, eliminating the need for the Member of Parliament to physically travel to address a matter that could be resolved in good time using the Starlink device. In conclusion, Madam President, as highlighted in our overarching theme of the 149th Interparliamentary Union General Assembly, it is incumbent upon us all as parliamentarians to play a critical role in ensuring that we harness science, technology, and innovation, whilst at the same time mitigating the risks associated with new technology, such as artificial intelligence. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Australia, you have the floor, and then the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam President, respected Speaker from Albania. And it's an honour to follow from my friend, the Speaker from Zambia, and before my friend, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Philippines. But I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this important issue on behalf of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation and the Australian Parliament. Australia has long recognised the importance of science, technology and innovation to our economic growth, social well-being and national cohesion. In 2022, Australia was ranked in the top 20 countries in science, innovation and technology, and our scientific institutions consistently rank in the world's top 1% in 15 fields of research, including space, physics, computer science and clinical medicine. Australians depend on science and research to increase productivity, achieve sustainable growth, create jobs and improve national well-being. In August this year, Australia released its new science statement along with 5 national science and research priorities. The statement provides a framework to shape science policy and leadership for the next 10 years and highlights the science and research collaborations that Australia will need to solve its greatest challenges. One of the 5 priorities which support the statement is building a secure and resilient nation. This priority sees Australia strengthen its democratic institutions and freedoms while addressing challenges from foreign interference, mis- and disinformation and polarisation. By strengthening our resilience, Australia will be able to respond to the shocks caused by climate change, natural disasters, political tensions, rapid technological changes and more competition for our resources and supply chains. The evaluation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander knowledge systems is another of the key priorities which will ensure that Indigenous scientists contribute complementary approaches to knowledge gathering and interpretation of the national environment. Australia's Indigenous people have an unbroken connection to the lands, waters and skies which began 65,000 years ago. The science statement recognises that connection as a source of deep knowledge which is unique to the world. The importance of science to Australia's future is complemented by opportunities for effective dialogue and engagement between policymakers and scientists. For the last 24 years, we have held an annual Science Meets Parliament event in Australia's Parliament, bringing together parliamentarians and professions in science, technology, engineering, mathematics and STEM. At this year's event, more than 90 parliamentarians met with 200 scientists and other STEM professionals from across our nation to discuss science and public policy over 2 days. The initiative enables STEM professionals to share what is at the forefront of Australian scientific discovery directly with parliamentarians. To ensure that scientific knowledge and expertise informs decision-making in our Parliament, we've also established the Parliamentary Friends of Science. This group, formed in 2012 and meets in Parliament House 4 times a year to consider new and emerging technology, the future of STEM research and the STEM workforce, is in recognition of its bipartisan approach to science. The group currently is also co-chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia and a senior member of the current opposition. To encourage greater community engagement in and awareness of science, we also hold National Science Week every August. This annual celebration of science and technology encourages younger generations to be fascinated by the world we live in while providing a platform for young scientists around the country. Over the course of Science Week, more than 1,000 events take place around the country, including in-person events, virtual tours, webcasts, talks, experiments, citizen science and competitions. These events are delivered by universities, schools, the community sector, business organisations, librarians, museums and science centres. Australia is also deepening our social, economic and scientific ties with Pacific nations in our region to address shared challenges including responding to climate change, digital connectivity and transitioning to net zero. Science and technology collaborations are a key part of supporting economic growth and prosperity in our region. The Australian Government committed to a $10.5 million grant to coordinate and elevate the Pacific region's active participation in science globally. As part of the Pacific family, Australia recognises that climate change remains the single biggest threat to livelihood, security and well-being of the peoples of the Pacific. We support the Pacific's regional and global advocacy efforts for sustainable development and the management and conservation of the ocean through funding, partnerships and advocacy support. To complement regional climate change and disaster resilience programs, assistance is also provided through bilateral programs through several Pacific nations. One program is the Climate and Ocean Support Program, whereby Australia has provided $30 million to support 14 Pacific meteorological services to monitor, analyse and communicate information about climate and oceans. By combining traditional knowledge of Pacific Islander communities with conventional scientific forecasts, the program aims to enhance the capacity of the Pacific Islands to manage and mitigate the impacts of climate variability and tidal events. Through these initiatives, including Science Week, Australia continues to strengthen the involvement of young people across our society. In recognising the importance of dialogue, we provide opportunities for science to directly engage parliamentarians to inform policy making in our region. We work with Pacific partners to harness local knowledge and ensure that Pacific Islander experience and needs are recognised in global scientific dialogue. It's important that we as policymakers and parliamentarians harness the potential of people at all levels with an interest in problem solving and commitment to work together for a more peaceful and sustainable world. I thank the IPU for this important topic at this Assembly.
Thank you, sir. Philippines, you have the floor. Next, Yemen.
Indeed, such a pleasure to follow my friend from Australia, Speaker Milton Dick. What a wonderful, comprehensive statement. Madam President of the Interparliamentary Union, Madam Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, fellow members of parliaments, colleagues, representatives from different countries, Interparliamentary Union officers and staff, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to speak with you today on the topic of great importance, harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. In 2000, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Millennium Declaration, which integrated the Millennium Development Goals. Recognizing the important role of science, technology in achieving most of these goals, and with the heightened acceleration of advances in modern technology, the domain of science and technology was extended to include the concept of innovation. The complementary, interdependent nature of these three different concepts means that they must be considered together as one, together. Science, technology, and innovation serve as our guiding lights of hope. They are our tools in addressing some of the most pressing issues we have today. They support us in achieving our sustainable development goals and in shaping future peace. They hold vast potentials to form and drive global solutions to the world's problems. Science, technology, and innovation are recognized as the key drivers that enable and accelerate the global transformation towards prosperous, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable economies in developing and in developed countries alike. They are the pillars of sustainable development. They have the strong potential to contribute to the achievement of almost all the sustainable goals. They are the heart of international cooperation and global partnerships for development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development involves transformation that will not be possible without a sustained effort to close the technological gaps between developed and developing countries. Cognizant of the importance of these tools toward economic development and in support of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we in the Philippines have enacted several policies and reforms and implemented initiatives through the approval of legislative measures to improve innovation governance in the country. To cite a few, we have Republic Act number 11293, also known as the Philippine Innovation Act. Republic Act number 11927, otherwise known as the Philippine Digital Workforce Competitiveness Act. And Republic Act number 10055, also known as the Technology Transfer Act of 2009. In line with the legislative priorities of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., the National Innovation Council was created to ensure that innovation is embedded as a key priority in our country's pathway to socio-economic development. The Council, which is chaired by the President, administers a 10-year policy, vision, goals, and strategies referred to as the National Innovation Agenda and Strategy document that contains the country's vision and the long-term goals for innovation and a roadmap of strategies for improving innovation governance, deepening and accelerating innovation efforts, and integrating and fostering public-private partnerships, mindful of the policy of leaving no Filipino behind. This has borne dividends for our country. In the 2024 Global Innovation Index of the World Intellectual Property Organization, which measures the innovation-based performance of 130-plus economies, the Philippines ascended in their rankings from 59th in 2023 to 56th in 2024. In the same report, the Philippines was recognized as one of the decade's top innovation performers, having achieved its highest rank at 50th place in the 2020 year of the global pandemic. The Philippine Digital Workforce Competitive Act aims to address gaps in digital technology and skills by providing programs that equip Filipinos with necessary competencies for the global world market. The Act ensures support for the digital workforce throughout co-working facilities and loan facilities with concessional terms. It allows for public-private partnerships to plan and implement training, skills development, and certification programs for digital careers. The Technology Transfer Act aims to promote and facilitate the transfer and commercialization of intellectual property, technology, knowledge resulting from research and development programs funded by the government for the benefit of our national economy. Under the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 through 2028, our government has emphasized the importance of innovation in achieving deep socio-economic transformation. The Department of Science and Technology launched the Pagtanaw 2050, the first department-funded interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary project of the Philippine-focused Science, Technology, Innovation, Foresight Strategic Plan. It is a compendium of science, technology, and innovation megatrends, global and national societal goals, transdisciplinary operation areas, and current and emerging technologies relevant to the nation's development that is firmly grounded in the aspirations of every Filipino. With all these legislation, policies, and programs,
In terms of innovation and governance, the Philippines Global Innovation Index has been increasing over the last decade. In fact, the Philippines is recognized as one of the middle-income economies with the fastest innovation catch-up. As we continue to work for our respective nations' sustainable development ambitions, we need as well to work hand in hand to achieve our common goals. Let me then urge each and one of us to foster collaboration, equity, and responsibility. It is through this collaboration that we can harness the technological tools to be able to build a future, not only for a more sustainable, but for a more peaceful future. Let us take advantage of this potential source of science, technology, and innovation and utilize them fully and responsibly to be able to address the challenges in these modern times. Let us ensure that innovations and technological advancements are accessible to all. Let us unite together and continue to cooperate for the betterment of the world we live in. Mabuhay!
Thank you, sir. Yemen, you have the floor. Next, Zimbabwe.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، السيد الأمين العام، السيدات والسادة، في الدورة 149 المخصصة لاستخدام التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي، أتشرف بالمشاركة باسم بلد الجمهورية اليمنية، وبداية من هذه القاعة وفي هذا المحفل الدولي أتوجه بالتهنئة لشعبنا اليمني بمناسبة ذكرى 14 أكتوبر المباركة، العيد 61 التي مثلت نقطة تحول كبيرة في حياة شعبنا وتاريخه النضالي التي نعتز به. واعذروني أيتها السيدات والسادة، إني لم أبدأ حديثي بالابتهال أو التعبير عن السعادة لوجودنا جميعا في هذا الاجتماع المهم. اعذروني إذا التقيتكم بوجه عابس، فأنا حزين عاجز عن ادعاء الفرح. وكيف لي أن أفرح وأنا قادم من بلد مثقل بالحروب والآلام والأحزان التي فرضت عليها الميليشيات الحوثية ومن يمولونها من الخارج وفي مقدمتهم إيران، وقادم من منطقة تشعلها النار ويغطي سماؤها الدخان وأرضها الدمار والدماء والأشلاء ودموع اليتامى والأرامل وأنين الضحايا وبكاء الثكالى وصراخ الجرحى جراء ما تفعله إسرائيل لأكثر من عام من قتل وتدمير وتطهير عرقي وإبادة جماعية للشعب الفلسطيني في غزة، وتنتقل اليوم إلى لبنان بمباركة أمريكية وسلاح أمريكي لم يعفي أحدا من الموت، بل أنه تعقب النازحين والجرحى وقتلهم في الملاجئ والمدارس والمستشفيات وفي الطرقات، وأحرمهم من أبسط مقومات الحياة ومنع عنهم الطعام والماء والدواء وحق العيش. كيف لي أن أكون مسرورا بعد كل هذا أو أن أضحك في بيت العزاء ومنطقتنا تعيش كل هذه الأهوال والعالم يتفرج ولم يغير ساكنا، وتفخر إسرائيل وأمريكا أنها تتفنن بوسائل الموت وقذف القنابل ذات وزن طن كامل من الجو، وهي تعلم أنها لا تهدي ورودا للفلسطينيين واللبنانيين بذلك، وإنما تصب عليهم النار والقتل والدمار وتهلك الحرث والنسل وتقضي على كل شيء على وجه الأرض. وقد حول ثلاثي محور الشر في منطقة الشرق الأوسط إلى فوهة بركان حرب مستعرة ودمار لا يبقي ولا يذر. ثلاثي محور الشر إسرائيل وأمريكا وإيران، رغم كل المسرحيات الهزيلة التي يتظاهرون بها، فهم الشر المستطير المدمر للشرق الأوسط وعالمنا العربي. السيدات والسادة، أسألكم ماذا بقي من سلاح ووسائل تدمير لم تستخدمه إسرائيل ولم تجربه الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في هذه الحرب؟ كم دفع الفلسطينيون واللبنانيين بقتلى وجرحى حتى هذه اللحظة؟ كم دمرت منازل وأحرقت مزارع وقضت على سبيل الحياة؟ هل من ضمير عالمي يتحرك لإنقاذ ما تبقى؟ وأنا هنا أتوجه بالخطاب إلى أحرار العالم وبرلماناتها في أوروبا وأمريكا وآسيا وأفريقيا، وأحزن على عالمنا العربي الذي بلغ به الهوان وابلغه، داعيا إلى إيقاف الحرب، لأنه لا حل ولا سلام دون إيقاف الحرب وتقرير مصير الفلسطينيين وإقامة دولتهم وفقا لحل الدولتين. لأن حرب الإبادة التي تمارسها إسرائيل والاعتداء على منظمات الأمم المتحدة، قوات حفظ السلام اليونيفيل والأونروا، وتمزيق ممثل الكيان الصهيوني لممثل ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، إنما يشكل تحدي للعالم أجمع ولا يجوز أن يمر دون عقاب. السيدات والسادة، إن جدول أعمالنا في هذه الدورة المتعلق باستخدام التكنولوجيا والذكاء الصناعي والازدهار الحياة وإشاعة السلام بين بني البشر قد عبث به وقوضته إسرائيل، واستخدمته وسيلة للقضاء على كل فرص السلام وتدميرا للحياة على الأرض، بدلا من توظيفه في خدمة الإنسان وتطوره ورفاهيته. وكم كان سكان الكوكب يحلمون بأن تقدم هذه الاكتشافات العلمية والخدمات القليلة لسكان المعمورة، ولا تذكرنا بهيروشيما ونازاكي جديدة، ولا ترينا صباح مساء الأشلاء والدمار والقضاء على الأخضر واليابس في فلسطين ولبنان. إنه لأمر محزن، ونحن في هذا اللقاء نناقش النجاحات العلمية في هذا المجال وما نطمح إليه، نجد أن البعض قد جردها من الأخلاق والقيم، ولم يعد هناك ما يتفادى مخاطرها ومنع الكوارث الناتجة عنها، بل صارت حصيلة لنزاعات الشر والقسوة، مثل مشاهد الحريق النووي. وإذا كنا لم ننسى مخاطر التسرب النووي في تشيرنوبل، فإن إسرائيل والولايات المتحدة اليوم تضع أمامنا نفس المخاوف والقلق وتدفع بنا إلى الهاوية، ومعهم الضلع الثالث لمحور الشر إيران. السيدات والسادة، إذا كان الحال على مدى التاريخ أن جلال العلم يأتي معه بظلال الوحشية المفترسة والسربينية، اليوم هو العلم الأشد رعبا وفتكا بعد السلاح النووي، وقد بدأ هذا العالم بحل العمليات الحسابية المعقدة، ثم راح ينتشر ويشمل كل شؤون الحياة، من العمل الموازي إلى العمليات الجراحية الدقيقة، ومن أتمتة الصناعة إلى التعليم إلى الحرب الإلكترونية. ومع كل ذلك عاش الناس أحوالها وأهوالها خلال العقود الماضية، وها هم يرونها الآن فيما يجري على يد الدولة الأكثر بطشا والأشد وحشية ضد الفلسطينيين واللبنانيين، اليد الإسرائيلية الملوثة بالدماء. وقد يتراءى في الأفق القريب مخاوف حقيقية من هذا المارد الذي أطلقه الإنسان، يوشك أن يفلت من سيطرته، ولسنا متأكدين من أن العلماء والمتخصصين قادرون على أن يستعيدوا السيطرة على هذا الكائن الخرافي المارق، أم أن هذا خليق بأن يهزمهم ويستأثر وحده بالتحكم بمصائر ومقادر الناس. إن علينا في البرلمانات الوطنية أن نستيقظ مبكرا لسن التشريعات اللازمة لتفادي المخاطر التي قد تنجم عن الاستخدام السيء والمبتذل للذكاء الاصطناعي، وتتحمل قبلنا برلمانات وحكومات الدول التي قطعت أشواطا بعيدة في مضمار التقدم، بحيث تسد وتواري الأبواب التي توسع الفجوة بين بلدانها وبين البلدان التي تتحسس طريقها إلى التقدم لتحقيق العدالة والتكافؤ داخل المجتمعات. وإن على الدول المتقدمة والمنظمات الدولية أن تولي أهمية قصوى لتطوير قدرة الدول النامية في هذا الحقل المعرفي، لجعله معرفيا في خدمة الإنسان وليس وسيلة إبادة وتدمير الحياة. وختاما، أتوجه بالشكر للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة الذي غلب القيم التي أنشئت من أجلها الأمم المتحدة، وأعلى شان القانون الدولي ولم ينحني ولم يركع للبغي والعدوان. والشكر موصولا لجنوب أفريقيا وأسبانيا وإيرلندا والنرويج ونيكاراغوا والشعوب الحية التي رفضت الممارسات الإسرائيلية الشريرة، لأن الصمت والتهاون الدولي تجاه الجرائم الإسرائيلية التي يندى لها جبين البشرية في غزة ورفح قد شجع المتطرفون الإسرائيليون على الاستمرار ورفض كل مبادرة السلام وإيقاف القتال، وأغراهم على الذهاب إلى لبنان بقضهم وقضيضهم بكل أدواتهم العسكرية. يسرحون ويمرحون في المنطقة، يقتلون الصحفيين والنساء والأطفال والكهول والشيوخ، ويحولون المدن إلى أشباح وركام، والعالم يعض أصابع الندم ولا يجرؤ على شيء. والمرشحون الأمريكان والإدارة يحسبون لدور اليهود في الانتخابات لتحرق منطقة الشرق الأوسط ولينتهي الفلسطينيين واللبنانيين والعرب. المهم أن يضمنوا بضع ملايين من الأصوات في الانتخابات، وإنه لمن المؤسف أن يصل الأمر إلى هذا الحد ويسقط ما كان يعرف بالقيم الأمريكية التي ميزتها في العقود الماضية. اللهم فاشهد، اللهم فاشهد، اللهم فاشهد، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Lindiwe Dlamini, the President of Senate from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I will be chairing this debate until we finish this afternoon at 18:30. I will now invite the Honorable Speaker from Zimbabwe, His Excellency. Zimbabwe, you have the floor. Thank you. After Zimbabwe, we have Burundi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Distinguished fellow delegates, the IPU theme of the Assembly, namely harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future, is of profound and enduring significance in addressing naked inequalities between developed and developing countries, respectively. Accordingly, IPU parliaments are enjoined to robustly deploy science, technology, and innovation anchored on the application of artificial intelligence in its multifaceted architecture. Madam President, currently science, technology, and innovation are connected fields that drive progress and development in society through the fourth industrial revolution driven by artificial intelligence. Science seeks to understand the natural world. Technology applies that understanding by humanity for humanistic practical benefits, and innovation uses both to create value in our social economic development. Last year in Zimbabwe, under the auspices of our President, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, launched the Information Communication Technology Policy and the National Digital Technologies Strategy in response to harnessing science, technology, innovation for more peaceful and sustainable future for Zimbabwe. These efforts have been bolstered by the transformational education curriculum review in the past 5 years, dubbed Education 5.0, underpinned by science, technology, and innovation deployment, resulting in the creation of industrial and innovation hubs
for the accelerated modernization and industrialization of Zimbabwe. Accordingly, the Zimbabwe Parliament has enacted a law enabling all our tertiary institutions to be centers of industrial and innovation hubs of excellency driven by the application of artificial intelligence. Furthermore, Zimbabwe established the Zimbabwe National Geospatial and Space Agency, whose mandate is to develop digital infrastructure for precision agriculture, weather forecasting, and climate adaptation in order to secure national food sovereignty. Additionally, the Agricultural Research Council and the National Biotechnology Authority have successfully driven innovations in areas like drought-resistant crop varieties, livestock disease diagnostics, and renewable energy technologies for a sustainable future of Zimbabwe. While the application of STI as driven by artificial intelligence has the boundless potential to propel humanity into unparalleled development, it may have negative consequences. Notably, the potential misuse of artificial intelligence, AI, for malicious misinformation, disinformation, and character assassination through deep fake and pornography, as well as in warfare purposes, is a concern that cannot be ignored. That is why the Parliament of Zimbabwe has resolved to establish the Committee of the Future to map out strategies for the next 50 years on how the harnessing of science and technology and innovation as anchored on artificial intelligence can best be deployed for maximum benefit of Zimbabwe. In this context, IPU should be commended for authoring the IPU Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology to ensure that the development and deployment of science, technology, and innovation is undertaken responsibly, ethically, and sustainably in the spirit of peaceful human coexistence. Thus, in the spirit of this IPU laudable charter and Article 1 of the IPU statutes, which enjoin peremptorily that the IPU shall work for peace and cooperation among peoples. I therefore plead for the immediate cessation of hostilities in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and some parts of Africa, especially in Sudan and the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Lessons from the devastating ravages of World War I and II vividly must remind us that war can never end war, but dialogue around a round table conference. Madam President Dr. Axon and our task force continue with your peace efforts without fear or favor. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Next is the Republic of Burundi. Honorable Speaker, thank you. Followed by Algeria. Thank you.
Très honorable président des chambres des parlements nationaux, honorables parlementaires, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, tout protocole observé, j'ai le plaisir d'exprimer mes vifs et ma grande reconnaissance à l'Union interparlementaire pour m'avoir donné l'occasion de m'exprimer sur ce sujet qui fait objet d'actualité, celui de l'exploitation des sciences, la technologie et l'innovation pour un avenir plus pacifique et durable. La science technologique, en particulier l'intelligence artificielle, et son application aux sphères politiques, économiques, sécuritaires et sociales présentent des avantages potentiels pour l'humanité et le développement. Néanmoins, les récentes avancées majeures dans le domaine de l'intelligence artificielle posent des risques immédiats pour la démocratie, les droits de l'homme et l'état de droit, la sécurité et autres auxquels les législateurs du monde entier doivent s'attaquer de toute urgence. Dans le domaine économique, nul n'ignore que le monde est confronté à une révolution technologique susceptible de stimuler la productivité rapide et d'influencer la croissance mondiale en élevant les revenus dans le monde entier. Cependant, l'usage de l'intelligence artificielle risque de remplacer les emplois et de créer des inégalités alors que l'intelligence artificielle devrait permettre aux humains de se concentrer sur des tâches plus créatives, stratégiques et interpersonnelles plutôt que supprimer des emplois. L'essor de l'usage de l'intelligence artificielle a des répercussions imprévisibles sur les économies de nos pays, d'où la nécessité de prévoir des mécanismes permettant d'exploiter en toute sécurité l'immense potentiel de l'intelligence artificielle au profit de l'humanité. Bien sûr, le rôle de la technologie, en particulier l'intelligence artificielle, devrait être celui de faciliter la tâche humaine, pas celui de remplacer l'être humain. À cet effet, les parlements peuvent contribuer grand-chose en matière de la préservation de l'humanité, des cultures et de la lutte contre le chômage par une réglementation préliminaire de l'intelligence artificielle. Distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi aussi de parler un peu de mon pays, le Burundi, tout comme d'autres pays africains, où les technologies nouvelles ne sont pas encore plus développées. Actuellement, le gouvernement du Burundi fait des efforts significatifs pour stimuler l'usage de l'intelligence artificielle à travers sa vision d'un pays émergent en 2040, pays développé en 2060. Le gouvernement du Burundi a déjà initié un programme de digitalisation de toutes les entités publiques pour améliorer l'efficacité et l'accès rapide aux services de la population. Le Parlement burundais a déjà voté une loi mettant en place une sorte de régulation et réprimant les auteurs de cybercriminalité pour favoriser la technologie utilisée dans le commerce électronique, la détection des fraudes dans le secteur de la finance, la cybersécurité, les services financiers, etc., même si elle n'a pas encore atteint un niveau escompté. Mesdames et messieurs, je m'en voudrais de terminer mon propos sans confirmer que nous avons besoin de la science, de la technologie et l'innovation pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable. Pour cela, la science et la haute technologie pourront changer notre façon de vivre et bouleverser notre mode de travail de manière remarquable, étant donné qu'elles introduisent l'automatisation et la mécanisation du travail, l'analyse avancée, ainsi que l'optimisation du processus tout en offrant de puissantes capacités jusqu'alors inédites. Pourtant, l'émergence croissante de l'intelligence artificielle dans notre monde nécessite une augmentation parallèle de l'intelligence émotionnelle de notre leadership. Selon un éminent scientifique en intelligence artificielle, auteur de Compassionate Artificial Intelligence, je souligne encore qu'en vue d'un avenir pacifique et durable, une régulation et contrôle de l'intelligence artificielle est inévitable, même si les nouvelles technologies sont difficiles à réguler, car elles évoluent vite. Les régulateurs devront mettre en balance les risques et les opportunités et l'adapter en fonction du contexte réel dans le temps et l'espace. Enfin, la régulation n'est pas forcément synonyme de restriction, car nous pourrions utilement encadrer l'intelligence artificielle et protéger nos démocraties en enseignant aux gens à éviter la désinformation et en réglementant l'utilisation des données personnelles et en protégeant nos parlements et d'autres institutions démocratiques. Il serait aussi souhaitable que les concepteurs de l'intelligence artificielle de penser aux langues autres que l'anglais, le français, etc. Sur ce, une justice linguistique est vivement recommandée. Bref, nous serons plus forts ensemble si nous nous mettons d'accord sur des directives et des référentiels de l'exploitation de l'intelligence artificielle et les partageons tout en entretenant des échanges permanents entre nos pays, consolidant aussi nos relations de coopération, car l'union fait la force. Merci de votre aimable attention. Que Dieu vous bénisse tous.
Thank you, Burundi. Next, we have Algeria. Algeria will be followed by Bhutan. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين معالي الرئيسة أصحاب المعالي ورؤساء المجالس السادة ورؤساء الوفود السيد الأمين العام الحضور الكريم أتقدم في البداية بخالص الشكر والتقدير لرئيس الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي والطاقم الإداري وعلى رأسهم السيد الأمين العام وكذا السلطات السويسرية على التنظيم الجيد والجهد المبذول لإنجاح أشغال هذه الجمعية. كما أثمن اختيار موضوع الاستفادة من العلم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار من أجل مستقبل أكثر سلاما واستدامة لما يكتسيه من أهمية بالغة في ظل التحولات السريعة التي نشهدها في مجالات العلوم والتكنولوجيا وما تطرحه هذه التطورات من فرص وتحديات على الصعيدين الوطني والدولي. ذلك أن العلم ليس مجرد وسيلة لفهم العالم من حولنا بل هو حجر الزاوية للتنمية المستدامة من خلال ما يتيحه من أدوات لترشيد استخدام الموارد الطبيعية والحفاظ على التنوع البيولوجي وتطويره وتحقيق الأمن الغذائي عبر التكنولوجيات المبتكرة التي هي نتاج العقل البشري إذا ما توفرت له ظروف الخلق والإبداع. ولعل السؤال الجوهري الذي يطرح نفسه علينا هو كيف يمكننا من خلال العلم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار بناء عالم أكثر سلام واستدامة في ظل ما يفرضه التقدم التكنولوجي من تحديات على المستويين الأخلاقي والاقتصادي. وأكبر دليل على ذلك بعيدا عن القنابل الذكية وما خلفته من دمار وقتل وتشريد في كل المناطق التي استخدمت فيها ما أقدم عليه الكيان الصهيوني قبل أيام من تفجيرات عن بعد لأجهزة الاتصال في لبنان في سابقة هي الأولى من نوعها وجريمة أقل ما يقال عنها أنها إرهاب دولة وانتهاك لكل القيم الأخلاقية والإنسانية. الأمر الذي يستوجب ضرورة بحث الضمانات الكفيلة بجعل هذا التقدم التكنولوجي وهذا العلم في خدمة السلام والإنسانية وليس العكس وجعلها في الوقت ذاته متاحة لكل الشعوب دون تمييز أو تفرقة لأن مستقبلنا واحد وتعاوننا شرط ضروري للتغلب على تحدياته. إن الواجب يفرض علينا كبرلمانيين أن يكون لنا تصور واضح لضرورات التوظيف الآمن لهذه التكنولوجيات المبتكرة والمتطورة خاصة منها المرتبطة بالذكاء الاصطناعي والتي لا غنى لنا عنها دون إغفال ما لهذه التقنيات والتطبيقات من آثار سلبية ومخاطر قد تشكل من التهديد ما لا تضمن عواقبه. وكل ذلك يقتضي تعزيز التعاون بيننا وتبادل الخبرات والتجارب من أجل توسيع نطاق الاستفادة بالشكل الأمثل وضمان توظيف هذه التكنولوجيا لتلبية الاحتياجات التنموية بشكل مستدام وآمن للمجتمع. وعلاوة على الإطار القانوني المنوط بنا وضعه كبرلمانات من أجل تطوير تكنولوجيات وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي واستعمالها بطريقة آمنة ينبغي العمل على دعم برامج التعليم والتدريب ودعم إنشاء المراكز البحثية المتخصصة مع الحرص دائما على الانسجام مع أولوياتنا الوطنية وقيمنا الأخلاقية والروحية التي تهدف بالأساس إلى تكريم الإنسان وحماية أمنه وحريته. السيد الرئيس الحضور الكريم، لقد أدركت الجزائر بقيادة السيد رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون منذ وقت مبكر أهمية التطور العلمي والتكنولوجي كأداة محورية لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة وتعزيز القدرات الاقتصادية. فأولت كل العناية لبلورة استراتيجية وطنية تهدف إلى تعزيز التحكم والاستخدام الآمن للذكاء الاصطناعي في مختلف المجالات بما في ذلك التعليم والصحة والصناعة والزراعة والخدمات، كما وضعت إطاراً استراتيجياً لتعزيز البحث العلمي والتطوير التكنولوجي في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي يشمل التعاون مع الجامعات والمراكز البحثية المحلية والدولية لزيادة القدرات الوطنية في هذا المجال، علاوة على تعزيز الاستثمار في البنى التحتية التكنولوجية من خلال إنشاء مراكز بيانات متطورة وتطوير الاستخدامات الحديثة لأنظمة دعم الأبحاث والتطبيقات المرتبطة بالذكاء الاصطناعي، بالإضافة إلى إنشائها وزارة متخصصة للمؤسسات الناشئة واقتصاد المعرفة وتكريسها لسنة 2023 للذكاء الاصطناعي، ثم قبل أسابيع قليلة إحداث جائزة رئيس الجمهورية للباحث المبتكر بهدف تشجيع البحث العلمي والابتكار. واهتماما من الجزائر بمواكبة تطورات التكنولوجيا أنشأت المركز الوطني للذكاء الاصطناعي وكذا مدرسة وطنية للذكاء الاصطناعي مخصصة للنخب، وقناعة منها بأهمية تعزيز التعاون الدولي للتصدي لما نواجه من تحديات يستعصي على دولة بمفردها مواجهتها مهما بلغت درجة تطورها. ستستضيف الجزائر خلال شهر ديسمبر المقبل المؤتمر الإفريقي الثالث للشركات الناشئة الذي سينظم تحت شعار إعادة تصور إفريقيا بالذكاء الاصطناعي، وسيكون محوره تأكيد أهمية الابتكار والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة في دفع عجلة التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية في القارة الإفريقية. السيد الرئيس الحضور الكريم، انطلاقا من واجب الالتزام الدائم للجزائر تجاه القضايا العادلة، لا يمكنني أن أنهي كلمتي دون التطرق إلى الوضع في فلسطين ولبنان في ظل التصعيد الخطير للكيان الصهيوني الذي يواصل جرائمه وتحديه للشرعية الدولية والقانون الدولي بفضل ما يحظى به من حماية وحصانة من العقاب على جرائمه بفعل اختلالات الجوهرية الواضحة في آليات عمل منظومة الأمم المتحدة وعدم تطبيق قراراتها أمام مرأى ومسمع الجميع. وبهذا الخصوص أقف بإجلال واحترام أمام كل الدول والهيئات التي ساندت الحق المشروع للشعب الفلسطيني، وأحيي القرارات الصادرة عن الجمعية العامة لصالح الشعب الفلسطيني، وآخرها القرار الصادر في 18 سبتمبر 2024 والذي دعا إلى إنهاء الاحتلال الصهيوني للأراضي الفلسطينية خلال 12 شهر. ومن هذا المنبر أوجه ندائي لكل الضمائر الحية من أجل توحيد الجهود لوقف نزيف الدم وإحقاق العدل ووضع حد لمأساة الشعب الفلسطيني عبر الدعوة لوقف فوري وشامل لإطلاق النار في فلسطين ولبنان وإيصال المساعدات الإنسانية بشكل عاجل وإيجاد حل عادل وشامل للقضية الفلسطينية على أساس الشرعية الدولية وحل الدولتين واعتراف بفلسطين كدولة كاملة العضوية في هيئة الأمم المتحدة. وإذ أتأسف لعدم نجاح مساعينا خلال الدورتين الفارضتين للجمعية العامة في أنغولا في أكتوبر 23 وجنيف في مارس 2024 بإدراج بند طارئ حول إيقاف الحرب العدوانية على قطاع غزة، فإنني أتمنى أن يكون لنا كممثلين للشعوب خلال هذه الدورة موقفا مشرفا ينتصر للعدالة والقيم الأخلاقية والإنسانية. وفي سياق متصل أذكر بموقف الجزائر والتزامها الدائم بالعمل من أجل تسوية المنازعات بالطرق السلمية في إفريقيا ودعم الجهود الأممية من أجل تصفية الاستعمار. مرة أخرى أتوجه إليكم السيد الرئيس بالشكر وأشكركم جميعا على كامل الإصغاء، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I now have Bhutan. Bhutan, you have the floor, please.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today, it is an honor for me to represent my country. At the onset, I would like to convey to this august assembly the warm greetings of my king and the people of the country, alongside the fraternal sentiments of the Parliament of Bhutan. Also, allow me to congratulate Madam President on your election. My delegation and I extend our best wishes to you, and we would like to assure you of our full support as you steer through the work of this Assembly. As we engage in our work, let us remember that our collective strength lies in our ability to nurture not just the well-being of our nations, but the happiness of the people and the health of our planet. Madam President, the theme of this year's general debate, Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation for a More Peaceful and Sustainable Future, is most timely and relevant in an era we see democracy under strain and conflicts on the rise. It is a call to harness the positive power of STI to address the global challenges and pave the way for a more harmonious and sustainable world. As the world faces increasing conflict, it is crucial to leverage STI to build societies that promote peace, well-being, and sustainability as envisioned through Bhutan's lens of gross national happiness, which emphasizes a balanced approach to development, ensuring that economic progress is aligned with environmental sustainability, cultural preservation, and good governance. The experience from the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of science and technology in tackling global challenges while exposing disparities in access to advancement, especially for small and developing countries like Bhutan. Bhutan has been leveraging science and technology to achieve our development goals. From harnessing hydropower as a clean energy source to promoting digital literacy and innovation in governance, STI has been integrated in our national development plans, and several significant initiatives have been taken for sustainable development. Bhutan has launched National Digital Identity Initiative in 2023, a digital identity solution based on self-sovereign identity and decentralized identifier technologies. Our national science and technology policy fosters research, innovation, and STEM education, creating a supportive environment for scientific development. Investments are being made in renewable energy, including hydropower, to achieve our goal of remaining a carbon-negative nation and promoting energy practices. The climate resilience and environmental monitoring efforts using satellite technology and data analytics address climate change impacts and develop resilient strategies. Additionally, the expansion of health technology and telemedicine is improving health access and equality, especially in remote areas. The Parliament of Bhutan is actively embracing technology to enhance efficiency and sustainability through our e-Parliament initiative. By transitioning to a paperless environment, we are promoting transparency and accountability while contributing to environmental sustainability and good governance. Madam President, in this context, the development of the IPU Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology is timely and essential initiative. Bhutan supports this charter as it will provide a framework for ensuring that technological advancements are pursued with strong ethical foundations, balancing innovation with respect for human rights and societal values. Further, the discussion of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights on the impact of artificial intelligence on democracy and human rights and the rule of law are of critical importance. Artificial intelligence, while offering transformative potential, also poses risks to our democratic values, privacy, and human rights. Bhutan supports a balanced approach where the benefits of AI can be harnessed without compromising our ethical standards, democratic principle, and the rule of law. In the times of rapid change and uncertainty, the role of multilateralism and global cooperation has never been crucial. The IPU, as a global platform for parliamentary dialogue, plays an essential role in fostering understanding, building consensus, and facilitating collective action on global issues. Bhutan remains committed to engaging constructively in these dialogues and working with all member states to promote peace, democracy, and sustainable development. Bhutan wishes to draw attention to the linkages between climate change and the use of technology. As a country highly vulnerable to climate change, we are experiencing melting glaciers, erratic rainfall, frequent floods, and other climatic disasters which affect our predominantly agrarian population. We recognize technology and innovation must be leveraged to address these environmental challenges, mitigate climate impacts, build resilience. We hope that our deliberations will acknowledge the crucial role of STI in addressing climate-related challenges and ensuring sustainable development. Bhutan's commitment to multilateralism is further reflected in active participation in United Nations peacekeeping operations. Despite being a small country, Bhutan has contributed peacekeeping
Honourable
by
Speaker,
deploying
please
military
conclude.
forces, staff, officers, and even contingent. Bhutan's commitment in peacekeeping is continuing. Madam President, as I conclude, I would like to extend my appreciation to your leadership and the IPU Secretariat for your invaluable support and for providing us with this platform to engage in the meaningful dialogue. Our discussion on the role of science and technology and innovation in achieving a sustainable future have been insightful and reaffirm our collective commitment to addressing the challenge. Bhutan remains dedicated to contributing to this important discourse, and we will stand ready to collaborate with all the member states in pursuit of equity, inclusivity, and sustainability. Together, we can build a more peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan. Next is North Macedonia, followed by Sao Tome and Principe. North Macedonia, you have the floor. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, esteemed delegates, the rapid advancement of technology has transformed the way we live, work, and govern. At the same time, we stand at the pivotal moment in history where science, technology, and innovation, STI, hold the key to unlocking immense potential, but also pose risks that could intensify global inequalities and tensions. The role of STI aligns with several of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, notably SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and SDG 17 on partnership for the goals. But it is also deeply connected to SDG 16, the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies. As we reflect on these goals, we must focus not only on the opportunities STI offers, but also on the ethical responsibility to ensure that its benefits are shared equitably, leaving no one behind. Let me highlight a few key areas where parliaments have a critical role to play. One of the most pressing challenges is the growing global technological divide between the developed and developing worlds. While many nations enjoy the benefits of cutting-edge technology, millions still lack access to basic digital infrastructure. Parliaments have the responsibility to advocate for policies that promote equitable access to STI, ensuring that advancements in technology benefit all segments of society, particularly women, youth, and marginalized communities. This includes investing in digital literacy, expanding broadband infrastructure, and encouraging public-private partnership to support technology transfer to developing nations. The IPU's work in promoting science for peace schools is an excellent example on how inclusive educational initiatives can turn potential conflicts into opportunities for peaceful coexistence. As we embrace the potential of technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and automation, we must also be vigilant in managing their risks. These technologies have transformative potential, but can lead to technological unemployment, data privacy issues, and even misuse for malicious purposes. The dual-use nature of many technologies, such as AI, being used for both civilian and military application, raises complex questions about security and governance. The IPU Working Group on Science and Technology and its efforts on the draft charter on the ethics of science and technology provide a roadmap for creating ethical frameworks that ensure technology serves humanity. Another critical area for parliamentary action is addressing the socio-economic impacts of technological change. As automation and AI transform industries, there is an increasing risk of job displacement, particularly for vulnerable groups. In line with SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, we must ensure that our economies adapt to these changes in a way that protects workers' rights. Parliaments should focus on programs to help workers transition to new jobs in the digital economy. We should also support policies that promote STI education for women and young people, as well as gender equality in STEM fields. Women's participation brings diverse perspectives that are essential for addressing complex global challenges. Dear colleagues, as we look to the future, we must recognize that STI is not neutral. It can either be a force for good or a tool of division. It is essential that we insert ethical consideration into all STI policies to ensure that technology is used to promote peace and human rights. This includes creating safe online environments to prevent cyberbullying, harassment, and cybercrime, particularly for women and marginalized groups. My country, North Macedonia, understands the value of peace building through technology because we have seen how innovative solutions can be leveraged to resolve conflicts and rebuild communities. By fostering science and technology collaborations, we can turn potential sources of conflicts into opportunities for dialogue and cooperation. Finally, parliaments must enhance their capacity to utilize scientific evidence in lawmaking and oversight. Mechanisms that improve communication and collaboration between scientists, policymakers, civil society, and the private sector are vital. As parliamentarians, we can play a key role in facilitating these dialogues and ensuring that our legislative work is grounded in sound evidence-based research. In conclusion, science, technology, and innovation have the potential to bring about a more peaceful, just, and sustainable future, but only if we act responsibly, inclusively and ethically. As parliamentarians, we have the responsibility to ensure that STI serves the common good and addresses the urgent global challenges that we face. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next is Sao Tome and Principe. After that, it's Seychelles will follow. Thank you. Sao Tome, Principe, and Principe, you have the floor, please.
Excelentíssimos senhores presidentes, senhoras presidentes dos parlamentos aqui presentes, excelentíssima senhora presidente do Escritório das Mulheres Parlamentares da União Interparlamentar, distintos membros desta Assembleia, excelências, é com grande honra que me dirijo a esta Assembleia Geral da União Interparlamentar para expressar a minha gratidão pela valiosa oportunidade que nos foi conferida para tomar parte neste evento que, além de proporcionar o espaço para o diálogo e fortalecimento dos laços entre os diferentes parlamentos aqui representados, promove e intensifica a cooperação interparlamentar em todo o mundo. Aliás, estamos reunidos hoje sob o lema "Aproveitando a ciência, a tecnologia e a inovação para um futuro mais pacífico e sustentável", para refletirmos sobre como podemos aproveitar o potencial desses avanços para engendrar um mundo mais pacífico, sustentável e justo, à luz do rápido avanço da inteligência artificial, que, apesar de ter gerado grandes oportunidades, tem apresentado desafios significativos, dificultando o equilíbrio fundamental entre a inovação tecnológica e a regulamentação. Por se tratar de um tema alinhado a objetivos do desenvolvimento e à Declaração Universal dos Direitos Humanos, torna-se obrigatória a necessidade do seu reconhecimento como input de formulação de políticas e projetos de um pacto para o futuro das Nações Unidas. Pois, neste mundo onde a ciência, a tecnologia e a inovação desempenham um papel indispensável no desenvolvimento econômico, social e ambiental, é essencial que implementemos medidas regulatórias que visem a harmonização de condições de vida entre os cidadãos de países desenvolvidos e em desenvolvimento, forjando assim sociedades mais pacíficas e felizes, promovendo a inclusão de mulheres e jovens nessas áreas, além de garantir a gestão e o controlo dos riscos e dos desafios a elas associados. Em virtude disso, é vital que tais medidas regulatórias sejam flexíveis e adaptáveis a cada país, permitindo que cada nação acompanhe o ritmo acelerado do desenvolvimento das tecnologias, devendo isso ocorrer enquanto se protegem os direitos fundamentais, se garante a transparência e se promove o uso ético da inteligência artificial. Daí que considere fundamental o papel dos parlamentos na medida em que temos a responsabilidade de agir em prol do bem-estar dos cidadãos, garantindo a formulação de políticas públicas baseadas em evidências. É, de igual modo, crucial criar um ambiente regulatório favorável, incorporar a sustentabilidade e a inclusão social, fomentar a educação e a capacitação, estimular a cooperação internacional, proteger a sociedade contra o uso indevido de tecnologias e planear ao longo prazo. Colaborações entre governos, setor privado, especialistas e a sociedade civil serão cruciais para assegurar a inteligência artificial, que a inteligência artificial seja desenvolvida e utilizada de maneira justa e segura. Essas parcerias devem envolver a criação de diretrizes claras e abrangentes que promovam o diálogo contínuo entre as partes interessadas. Senhoras e senhores presidentes, excelências, a Assembleia Nacional de São Tomé e Príncipe, por meio da Lei nº 7 de 2017, a Lei da Organização de Funcionamento da Agência de Proteção de Dados Pessoais, estabeleceu que a Agência Nacional de Proteção de Dados Pessoais, como um órgão externo, dotado de regulamento próprio, e essa agência tem a oportunidade e a responsabilidade de controlar e fiscalizar o cumprimento das disposições legais e regulamentares em matéria de proteção de dados pessoais, sempre em estrito respeito pelos direitos humanos e as liberdades e as garantias consagradas na Constituição e nas demais leis. Este esforço se insere numa perspectiva que visa equilibrar o rápido avanço da tecnologia artificial com a necessidade imperativa de regulamentar e proteger a sociedade contra os seus potenciais abusos, como a discriminação, a violência e a propagação de informações falsas. Neste momento crucial de transformações tecnológicas, a atuação dos parlamentos na construção de estruturas éticas para a ciência, a tecnologia e a inovação é mais urgente do que nunca. O avanço de tecnologias disruptivas, como a inteligência artificial, a biotecnologia e a internet, oferecem grandes oportunidades para o desenvolvimento humano. No entanto, estes progressos também trazem desafios profundos que podem impactar diretamente a vida de cada homem e cada mulher deste planeta. Termino esta minha alocução enfatizando a importância do desenvolvimento e do uso responsável da ciência e da tecnologia no mundo, orientados por princípios étnicos sólidos que garantam um futuro justo e sustentável para todos. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Sao Tome and Principe. And the next one is Seychelles. Seychelles, please. Seychelles, you have the floor. Thank you. Followed by Thailand. Thank you.
Madam Chair, colleague delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The grounds of this debate has been well defined up to now. The words in our theme before us have been presented to us as keys to the future, and indeed they are. Science, technology, and innovation may be what we need to ensure development, to bring strong economies that will provide everything that we need, and societies that will be well organized. And the two together ensuring happiness for all. But the question has also been raised. What kind of world will it also bring with it? Or, in other words, more positively, how do we get them to work for us, to create the world that we want to live in? Indeed, when I saw the words science, technology, and innovation in the theme, it made me remember a book. This is a novel by the English author Aldous Huxley called Brave New World, published almost 100 years ago now. In that story, technology is the tool that creates a seemingly perfect world of plenty and happiness for all, but destroying individuality and personal freedom. That portrayal, presented to us a century ago, has not come to pass. Mankind has proved more resilient. But surprisingly, the debate is still the same. The stakes before us have remained the same. Technology have seen different waves of advancement. After the Industrial Revolution, we have been through air travel, we have seen the World Wide Net, and we have seen other waves of technological advancement. But the question remains, how are we putting it to the benefit of all mankind and of not just a few? How do we avoid the dangers that it poses? And how do we really build a better world in it? Today, the debate is burning on the latest breakthrough in technology, and that is artificial intelligence, or machine learning, as it is also called. Science, technology, and innovation in their uses can impact all areas of human endeavor. They can help us solve the world problems, but they can also change our world in ways that most of us don't want. Some examples are already known. There has been a lot of talk, for instance, about climate change raised in this debate. This is the greatest threat to life as we know it on the planet. This in itself, as we have come to accept, is most likely the result of industrial advances. In other words, technology. But the same technology that can help destroy the world can also help us to save it. Again, in the example of climate change, science and technology can help us to reverse the destructive impacts, for instance, by finding clean energy that will enable us to power development while not polluting our environment. I have been impressed with the hope that has been raised in this meeting, in particular, the possibility of alternate energy sources that can alter the course of human activity on our planet. Dear colleagues, coming from a small island state that is part of the continent of Africa, I cannot speak for the world. I can also say a few words for developing countries like my own and the continent to which my country belongs. First of all, for us, we have to ensure that we are not left behind in emerging scientific and technological advances, and especially that we are not at the mercy of what happens in the developed world. This, unfortunately, has been the pattern of history. We have to learn how to keep abreast of technological advancements and derive benefits from what is good, but we also have to know how to protect ourselves from what is bad. Another point is that we have also to see how these technological advances benefit not just the elites in our country or the small number of people who are able to master it, but that they can benefit all of our population. In my mind, dear colleagues, there is only one magic word, and that is education. Education for a modern world is the key that opens all doors. It is what will allow us to cope and to prosper. First of all, education and training can help us master advances in these fields and chart our path through them. It will allow us to keep up with developments and turn them to our own needs. So if there is anything that we should do, it will be to boost access to education, to make sure that every child in our countries can get all the opportunity to develop their abilities to the full. In regards to Africa, we have to ask, what can we do for the children that do not have a clear path to education? Access to education is the key to a knowledge-based economy that can master technological advances and not be subdued by them. We must improve access, we must improve foundational education that ensures that every child has the basic tools to ensure lifelong learning. we must also improve the quality of the education, modernize and adapt it to today's challenges. And since we are talking about science and technology, it means incorporating these subjects more comprehensively in our educational system. So, dear colleagues, we must invest in education. There is a role for parliaments, of course, and it is to strengthen the access to education and the quality of the education. Because in the end, it is only citizens who know the issues, who can analyze and make sound judgments, and who can decide for themselves what is good for them, who will make the difference in what happens in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Seychelles. After Seychelles, we have Thailand. After Thailand, it will be Liechtenstein, and followed by Palatino. Thank you.
ท่านประธานสมัชชาท่านผู้แทนรัฐสภาประเทศสมาชิกเพื่อนสมาชิกผู้ทรงเกียรติทุกท่านครับเช่นเดียวกับนานาประเทศไทยมุ่งหวังว่าวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมจะเป็นกุญแจดอกสำคัญในการพลิกโฉมหน้าของประเทศอย่างก้าวกระโดดเป็นกลจักสำคัญในการผลักดันประเทศไปสู่เศรษฐกิจที่ขับเคลื่อนด้วยนวัตกรรมขจัดความยากจนและลดความเหลื่อมล้ำพร้อมทั้งกระจายความเจริญของเศรษฐกิจและสังคมสู่คนทุกกลุ่มโดยเฉพาะกลุ่มเปราะบางและกลุ่มชายขอบตลอดจนสร้างโอกาสใหม่และความพร้อมของประเทศเพื่อมุ่งสู่อนาคตอย่างสมดุลและมั่นคงเพื่อให้บรรลุเป้าหมายของการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนของสหประชาชาติภายในปีพ.ศ. 2573 โดยไม่ละทิ้งผู้ใดไว้เบื้องหลังภายใต้แผนด้านวิทยาศาสตร์วิจัยและนวัตกรรมปีพ.ศ. 2566 ถึง 2570 และพระราชบัญญัติการส่งเสริมวิทยาศาสตร์การวิจัยและนวัตกรรมพ.ศ. 2562 ไทยมุ่งมั่นที่จะส่งเสริมและสนับสนุนการพัฒนาวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีการวิจัยและนวัตกรรมตลอดจนศิลปะวิทยาการแขนงต่างๆให้สอดคล้องกับยุทธศาสตร์ชาติและแผนแม่บท
An apology to say there is no Thai to English interpretation,
ปรับตัว
unfortunately.
ได้ทันต่อพลวัตการเปลี่ยนแปลงของโลกพร้อมทั้งรับความท้าทายใหม่ๆในอนาคตโดยคำนึงถึงความยั่งยืนของสิ่งแวดล้อมเพื่อให้ประเทศไทยสามารถก้าวพ้นจากการเป็นประเทศที่มีรายได้ปานกลางและเป็นศูนย์กลางด้านทรัพยากรมนุษย์สมรรถนะสูงของอาเซียนประเทศไทยได้ประกาศวิสัยทัศน์วิชั่น 2030 ซึ่งนอกจากจะมุ่งหมายให้ไทยเจริญเติบโตอย่างยั่งยืนด้วยเศรษฐกิจสร้างสรรค์และสร้างเศรษฐกิจสร้างคุณค่าและพลิกโฉมประเทศให้เป็นศูนย์กลางด้านอุตสาหกรรมของโลกผ่านการลงทุนและการโอนถ่ายเทคโนโลยีในอุตสาหกรรมชั้นนำได้แก่เศรษฐกิจดิจิทัลการเป็นศูนย์กลางทางการแพทย์และสุขภาพมูลค่าสูงเป็นผู้นำด้านสินค้าเกษตรและแปรรูปอาหารและอาหารที่มีคุณค่าและมูลค่าสูงของโลกการพัฒนาเทคโนโลยีพลังงานหมุนเวียนเป็นศูนย์กลางการผลิตยานยนต์ไฟฟ้าของภูมิภาคไทยยังมีความมุ่งมั่นที่จะเป็นผู้นำด้านเทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมเพื่อมุ่งสู่การเป็นศูนย์กลางด้านเทคโนโลยีปัญญาประดิษฐ์ของภูมิภาคอาเซียนภายในปี 2570 ในช่วง1 ทศวรรษที่ผ่านมารัฐสภาไทยได้ดำเนินการด้านนิติบัญญัติอย่างต่อเนื่องเพื่อเอื้ออำนวยให้การพัฒนาวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมของประเทศเป็นไปเพื่อเสริมศักยภาพในการแข่งขันอย่างยั่งยืนอาทิพระราชบัญญัติส่งเสริมการใช้ประโยชน์งานวิจัยและนวัตกรรมพ.ศ. 2564 เพื่ออำนวยให้เกิดความคล่องตัวในการบริหารจัดการผลงานวิจัยและนวัตกรรมและเพิ่มโอกาสในการถ่ายทอดเทคโนโลยีไปยังภาคเอกชน เพื่อนำไปใช้ขยายผลในเชิงพาณิชย์และสาธารณประโยชน์ได้อย่างกว้างขวางโดยล่าสุดร่างพระราชบัญญัติสถาบันวิจัยวิทยาศาสตร์และเทคโนโลยีแห่งประเทศไทยพศได้ผ่านความเห็นชอบโดยฉันทามติจากที่ประชุมสภาผู้แทนราษฎรในวาระที่ 3 เมื่อวันที่ 25 กันยายน 2567 และวุฒิสภาได้มีมติรับหลักการแห่งร่างพระราชบัญญัติฉบับดังกล่าวไว้พิจารณาในวาระที่ 1 เมื่อวันจันทร์ที่ 7 ตุลาคม 2567 ซึ่งจะส่งผลให้ระบบวิจัยและนวัตกรรมของประเทศเข้มแข็งยิ่งขึ้นในยุคสมัยแห่งการเปลี่ยนผ่านไปสู่ดิจิทัลประเทศไทยได้ลงทุนอย่างต่อเนื่องในการนำเทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมดิจิทัลมาใช้ในการยกระดับคุณภาพการทำงานด้านนิติบัญญัติเพื่อเพิ่มประสิทธิภาพและความคล่องตัวตามมาตรฐานสากลเพื่อให้ข้อมูลและกระบวนการทำงานของรัฐสภาเปิดกว้างและโปร่งใสต่อการตรวจสอบให้การมีส่วนร่วมของประชาชนเป็นไปโดยสะดวกยิ่งขึ้นทั้งนี้เพื่อให้รัฐสภาไทยมุ่งสู่การเป็นรัฐสภาดิจิทัลรัฐสภาเปิดและรัฐสภาสีเขียวที่ลดการใช้ทรัพยากรอย่างเต็มรูปแบบท้ายนี้รัฐสภาไทยพร้อมเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่จะขยายความร่วมมือและการเป็นหุ้นส่วนกับรัฐสภามิตรประเทศในการใช้วิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมเป็นหัวใจสำคัญในการพัฒนาสังคมเศรษฐกิจฐานความรู้ที่มีประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางและลดผลกระทบต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมรวมถึงเป็นเครื่องมือในการแก้ไขปัญหาสังคมในทุกมิติพวกเราในฐานะผู้แทนปวงชนจึงมีหน้าที่ในการสร้างหลักประกันว่าวิทยาการที่ก้าวล้ำจะช่วยให้คุณภาพชีวิตของผู้คนในสังคมดีขึ้นในทุกระดับและเป็นประโยชน์กับทุกคนอย่างทั่วถึงเท่าเทียมและเป็นธรรมอย่างแท้จริงเพื่ออนาคตที่สดใสของอนุชนรุ่นหลังตลอดจนเพื่อความยั่งยืนของโลกใบนี้สืบไปขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Thailand. Liechtenstein, you have the floor, followed by Palatino. Thank you.
Madam President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, it is an honor to speak to you today in a topic that holds immense promise for humanity. How we can harness science, technology, and innovation, or STI, to build a more peaceful and sustainable future. We live in an era of unprecedented change. Every day, advancements in science and technology reshape our world in ways that were unimaginable just a few decades ago. From artificial intelligence to renewable energy, from medical breakthroughs to space exploration, human ingenuity is pushing the boundaries of what is possible. But with great power comes great responsibility. How we choose to use these tools will determine the future of our planet and the well-being of its inhabitants. First, let us look at sustainability. The climate crisis is the defining challenge of our time. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and biodiversity loss are just a few of the signs that we are reaching the limits of what our planet can endure. But while this is a moment of danger, it is also a moment of opportunity. Science, and technology offer us solutions to tackle the climate crisis. Renewable energy technologies like solar and wind power have become more efficient and affordable, and they offer a path away from fossil fuels. Innovations in agriculture can help us feed a growing global population without destroying our ecosystems. Additionally, the development of smart cities can reduce carbon footprints, making urban spaces more livable and environmentally friendly. However, these technologies alone are not enough. We must ensure that they are accessible to all, especially to the developing world. A sustainable future can only be realized if we address the inequalities that exist in the distribution of technology and resources. Now let's turn to the question of peace. Technology has always been a double-edged sword in this regard. While it can enable destructive conflicts, it can also be a powerful force for peace. History has shown us how breakthroughs such as satellite communications and the internet have connected people across borders, facilitating dialogue, cooperation, and understanding. Today, innovations in cybersecurity, blockchain, and AI can play a role in conflict prevention and peace building. These technologies can track and verify peace agreements, combat misinformation, and improve transparency in governance. Furthermore, technology can serve as a tool for education, promoting the values of tolerance, diversity, and empathy. By fostering connections across cultures and giving marginalized voices a platform, we can build a more peaceful and inclusive global community. Innovation, in its essence, is about problem solving. It requires us to think creatively and look at challenges from new perspectives. But to truly harness the potential of innovation, we must foster an environment that encourages it. This means investing in education, particularly in STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and ensuring that the next generation is equipped with the skills needed to address the challenges of tomorrow. Governments, businesses, and civil society all have a role to play in creating the conditions for innovation to thrive. Collaboration is key. The challenges we face today, whether they are related to climate change, health crisis, or political instability, are too complex for any one sector or country to solve alone. We must share knowledge and work together towards common goals. However, we must also recognize that ethical dilemmas that come with technological advancement. As we build powerful new tools, we must ask ourselves critical questions. How do we ensure that technologies are used for good? How do we protect privacy and human rights in the age of AI and big data? And how do we prevent the misuse of innovations that could fuel conflict? It is essential that we develop robust frameworks for ethical decision-making and governance of STI. This will require cooperation at the international level. In conclusion, science, technology, and innovation offer us the tools we need to build a more peaceful and sustainable future. But they are just that, tools. It is up to us to use them wisely. We must ensure that the benefits of these advancements are shared by all and that they are used to uplift humanity rather than divide it. The future is in our hands. Let us work together to harness the power of SDI to create a world that is not only more innovative, but also more just, more peaceful, and more sustainable. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next one is Palatino, followed by Palacio. Thank you. Palatino, you have the floor. Thank you.
Señora Presidenta, honorables autoridades legislativas, distinguidas parlamentarias y parlamentarios presentes. Expresé ante la 148 Asamblea la satisfacción del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño por la decisión de la Unión Interparlamentaria de elegir la paz y la seguridad internacional como su enfoque político estratégico para 2024. 6 meses después, la paz y la seguridad internacionales están aún más comprometidas. Continúa con absoluta impunidad el genocidio del pueblo palestino y se han multiplicado las víctimas civiles en Medio Oriente y en otras latitudes. La industria de las armas se apresta al festín del mercado de la muerte y la Tercera Guerra Mundial es hoy una amenaza mucho mayor. Aprendamos del error histórico de quienes en la Segunda Guerra Mundial creyeron que el riesgo era para otros y miraron para otro lado, hasta que la brutal realidad bélica les destruyó aquella ilusión. En el actual escenario internacional, la rápida evolución tecnológica plantea oportunidades y riesgos para los esfuerzos colectivos por mantener la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Si vamos a defender el rumbo de la paz, el enfoque para hacer frente a estos riesgos tendrá necesariamente que guiarse por el derecho internacional y la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Señora Presidenta, la inteligencia artificial cambia el mundo de modo radical, al tiempo que posee un gran potencial para facilitar el desarrollo sostenible. Los parlamentarios, para el bien de todos, debemos ser actores consecuentes para materializar ese potencial y gestionar los riesgos, aumentando la cooperación internacional, interactuando con las instancias pertinentes y promoviendo un futuro digital inclusivo, responsable y sostenible. Podemos y debemos contribuir decididamente a mejorar la gobernanza internacional de la inteligencia artificial en beneficio de la humanidad toda. Es necesario adoptar un enfoque equilibrado, inclusivo y basado en los riesgos para la gobernanza de la inteligencia artificial con la representación plena e igualitaria de todos los pueblos, especialmente los países en desarrollo y la participación de todos los interesados. No olvidemos, en el camino de construcción multidimensional de la democracia, que la Declaración Universal de la Democracia adoptada por la OIP en 1997 en El Cairo precisa claramente que los principios de la democracia deben aplicarse a la gestión internacional de los problemas de interés mundial y del patrimonio común de la humanidad. La gobernanza internacional de la inteligencia artificial requiere un enfoque multilateral ágil, multidisciplinar y adaptable, por lo que es de suma importancia la contribución de las Naciones Unidas para configurar, facilitar y apoyar esa gobernanza. En ese sentido, es necesaria la cooperación internacional para promover la coordinación y la compatibilidad de los marcos de gobernanza de la inteligencia artificial que están surgiendo. En estos momentos son relevantes las iniciativas internacionales, regionales, nacionales, en curso para promover sistemas de inteligencia artificial que sean seguros e inspiren confianza. Urge evaluar y abordar de forma inclusiva los posibles efectos, oportunidades y riesgos de los sistemas de inteligencia artificial para el desarrollo sostenible, el bienestar y los derechos de las personas. En este año 2024, el año del 60º aniversario del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño, hemos desarrollado una amplia agenda que ha incluido la atención a los retos de la inteligencia artificial para nuestra región. En el mes de julio desarrollamos una conferencia interparlamentaria sobre este tema, que como resultado de la cual publicamos una declaración de principios. También hemos formulado una ley modelo sobre la producción legislativa basada en ciencia y una ley modelo sobre inteligencia artificial. Esta última recomienda enfoques equitativos e inclusivos para aprovechar los beneficios de la inteligencia artificial y mitigar sus riesgos, respetando el derecho internacional, incluido el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos, y tiene en cuenta otros marcos pertinentes, como la recomendación sobre la ética en la inteligencia artificial de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Educación, la Ciencia y la Cultura, UNESCO. El inmenso potencial de los sistemas de inteligencia artificial para acelerar los avances en todos los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible debe ser encauzado en aras del interés público. Sus aplicaciones deben fomentar las diversas culturas y lenguas y apoyar la generación local de datos en favor del desarrollo de los países y las comunidades. Esto incluye la cooperación internacional para ayudar a los países en desarrollo a crear capacidad en materia de inteligencia artificial y los esfuerzos por hacer frente a los impactos negativos que pueden tener las tecnologías digitales emergentes en el trabajo, el empleo y el medio ambiente, además de los relativos a la seguridad internacional y la paz. Señora Presidenta, la Unión Interparlamentaria puede hacer una gran contribución en la articulación de una gobernanza local de la global de la inteligencia artificial, con estricto apego a sus orígenes en el camino de la paz, a sus fundamentos y al compromiso con los derechos humanos y la democracia en y entre las naciones. Me permito recomendar, atendiendo al impacto presente y futuro de la inteligencia artificial, tanto en el desarrollo de las naciones como en la seguridad internacional y la paz, que la UIP cree un grupo de expertos en inteligencia artificial que, cuando menos, contribuya al seguimiento, fiscalización y producción legislativa en este campo. Dicho grupo de expertos podría mantener a los parlamentos miembros y asociados al corriente de las tecnologías nuevas y emergentes en informes periódicos sobre avances científicos y tecnológicos y sus posibles efectos en las iniciativas relacionadas con la seguridad internacional y el desarme. Como demandaba a fines del siglo XIX el poeta y libertador José Martí, hay que prever y marchar con el mundo. Es necesario tener el valor de la grandeza y estar a sus deberes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next we have the Parliament of Mercosur, Palau. Please, you have the floor, followed by the Arab Parliament, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, señora presidenta. Buenas tardes, colegas. Es un honor para el Parlamento del Mercosur encontrarse en esta asamblea por primera vez como miembro asociado. Nuestra región, los países del Mercosur, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay, Uruguay y Bolivia, no somos ajenos a una verdad global que no podemos esconder, que debemos sincerar, si queremos verdaderamente lograr un mundo más sostenible y pacífico. Los resultados esperados y propuestos para los ODS a 5 años de la meta no se han logrado. Y es allí donde los esfuerzos de la innovación y el avance tecnológico y el desarrollo de la ciencia puede renovarnos la esperanza. Señora Presidente, sabemos que la brecha entre los países industrializados y los países en desarrollo en gran medida se deben a las diferencias justamente en las capacidades tecnológicas y la insuficiencia de los marcos de gobernanza para la difusión generalizada de la tecnología, además de por supuesto, de la marcada polarización económica, social y medioambiental. Desde el mercado común del sur, en la búsqueda del equilibrio entre los países parte, contamos con una reunión especializada de ciencia y tecnología e innovación que lleva adelante distintas iniciativas para la promoción e investigación y la innovación científico-tecnológica con el objeto de desarrollar las distintas capacidades de los países del bloque, porque no todos los países tenemos las mismas capacidades y el Mercado Común del Sur en busca de la integración regional, por medio de estos profesionales y mesa de alto nivel, busca el equilibrio llamado integración regional. Los avances en biotecnología agropecuaria en la región busca asegurar la alimentación y la sustentabilidad del recurso, como así el desarrollo e innovación tecnológico en salud ha logrado acercar el equilibrio entre los países del bloque en los últimos años. Desde el Parlamento ahora del Mercosur ya a inicio de año hemos presentado las recomendaciones a los Estados parte sobre el uso ético y responsable de la inteligencia artificial, desde un enfoque de derechos humanos, especialmente porque este uso irresponsable afecta las democracias y pone en riesgo y amenaza las democracias de la región. Por medio de la violencia política, el fomento de los discursos del odio que polarizan a nuestras sociedades. El Parlamento, por intermedio de su prestigioso Observatorio de la Democracia, junto a tribunales electorales del bloque, la academia y la sociedad civil, hemos abordado con profundidad el análisis de los crímenes virtuales y su impacto en las democracias y en los procesos electorales. Es una temática que todos los parlamentos deben abordar, porque la sociedad tiene derecho de adquirir información real sobre los candidatos que van a votar y una vez de que expresa su voto, la tecnología tiene que garantizar que la voluntad es manifiesta y se respete. El ejemplo de nuestro bloque, por ejemplo, en nuestro bloque es un ejemplo el Parlamento de Brasil, que se encuentra teniendo en agenda una ardua tarea de regular equilibradamente el uso de las redes sociales en materia electoral. También hemos trabajado acompañando la cuarta revolución industrial sobre el potencial transformador de la innovación y la tecnología para impulsar el crecimiento económico de la región, especialmente en materia laboral. Hay que mantener un equilibrio, hay que ser observadores y tener la adecuación de que la tecnología no anule la capacidad de trabajo del ser humano. No quiero dejar de mencionar que adaptados a la posición regional, el Parlamento se encuentra por lanzar el próximo 11 de noviembre un proyecto de seguridad regional fronteriza basado justamente en la innovación tecnológica de alcance y uso social al servicio de la prevención ante el crimen organizado. Solo esperamos que este esfuerzo parlamentario sea atendido por los Estados parte por el bienestar de nuestros pueblos. Por último, señora Presidente, quiero mencionar que no podemos negar la historia, y la historia del mundo nos dice que la relación entre las guerras y los avances tecnológicos existe y es una realidad. En un mundo con 56 conflictos armados y casi 100 países involucrados, al menos debemos estar alertados que la innovación tecnológica para la destrucción masiva se encuentra dentro de nuestras realidades globales. Quizás sea porque la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación que busca hallar soluciones a desafíos económicos, sociales y medioambientales no tienen la misma velocidad, las mismas posibilidades y los mismos recursos que se destinan a la búsqueda de aquellas tecnologías que buscan escalar conflictos y por ello, desde nuestros parlamentos, en todos los rincones del planeta, debemos trabajar por el respeto irrestricto a los tratados internacionales en materia de desarme y armas nucleares, fomentarlos y actualizarlos, ya que no tengo ninguna duda que los cientos de miles o millones de ciudadanos que han votado para que nosotros hoy estemos acá, nos requieren y nos piden que desde nuestras funciones trabajemos por la paz. El Parlasur, por medio de la pluralidad de la diplomacia parlamentaria que ejercemos en nuestro seno, en el ámbito de nuestra institución, Trabajamos con la convicción de que somos parte del necesario y urgente proceso de restablecimiento de la paz en el mundo. Buenas tardes.
Thank you. I now invite the Arab Parliament. Thank you. Arab Parliament, yeah.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، رؤساء البرلمانات ورؤساء الوفود البرلمانية، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي بداية أن أعبر عن سعادتي للمشاركة في اجتماعات الجمعية العامة 149 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. والحقيقة أن الموضوع المطروح للمناقشة العامة خلال هذه الاجتماعات يكتسب قدرا كبيرا من الأهمية، خاصة في ظل ما يتيحه العلم والتكنولوجيا من مزايا ومنافع عديدة في كثير من مجالات الحياة اليومية، للدرجة التي يمكننا القول معها أن الانخراط في منظومة الذكاء الاصطناعي لم يعد ترفا أو رفاهية، وإنما أصبح أمرا حتميا للحاق بالركب العالمي في هذا المجال. وقد أدرك البرلمان العربي مبكرا أهمية حوكمة الذكاء الاصطناعي وضرورة وضع خطط واستراتيجيات عربية لتعظيم الاستفادة من هذا المجال ومعالجة التحديات المرتبطة به، بما يتناسب مع خصوصية المجتمعات العربية ومنظومة القيم والأخلاق الخاصة بها. وفي هذا السياق فقد أصدر البرلمان العربي قبل عامين أول قانون استرشادي في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي ليكون مرجعية تشريعية للدول العربية في هذا المجال. كما أصدر خلال المؤتمر السادس مع رؤساء البرلمانات والمجالس العربية في شهر فبراير الماضي وثيقة تحت عنوان رؤية برلمانية عربية لتحقيق التوظيف الآمن للذكاء الاصطناعي، تضمنت عددا من المرئيات البرلمانية بشأن حوكمة الذكاء الاصطناعي في الدول العربية. وإدراكا من البرلمان العربي بأهمية هذا الموضوع وتناغما مع أهداف الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، فقد شكل مجموعة برلمانية رفيعة المستوى معنية بالعلوم والتكنولوجيا لتكون أداة من الأدوات التشريعية التي تعمل على هذا الموضوع الهام، وتضم في عضويتها ممثلين عن مجالس والبرلمانات العربية. الحضور الكريم، في شهر أكتوبر من العام الماضي وخلال اجتماعات الجمعية العامة رقم 147 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي التي انعقدت في جمهورية أنغولا، نددنا بالمجازر الوحشية وحرب الإبادة الجماعية التي يقوم بها كيان الاحتلال الإسرائيلي ضد النساء والأطفال والشيوخ في قطاع غزة والأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة. ولم يكن أحد منا يتخيل أن تستمر هذه المجازر لأكثر من عام كامل وبشكل متواصل دون أن يكون هناك موقف قوي واضح للمجتمع الدولي لوقف هذه الجرائم الإرهابية التي تعصف بكافة القوانين والأعراف الدولية والمبادئ الإنسانية. وإذا كنا نتحدث اليوم وكما جاء في المذكرة التوضيحية لموضوع المناقشة العامة عن كيفية استفادة الدول من قوة العلم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار لتوفير عالم أكثر سلاما، فإننا على مدار أكثر من عام نرى على مرأى ومسمع من العالم أجمع كيف يوظف كيان الاحتلال الغاشم قوة العلم والتكنولوجيا في إزهاق أرواح الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ ويحولهم إلى أشياء في دولة فلسطين، فضلا عن التدمير الشامل لكافة منشآت البنية التحتية بما فيها المستشفيات والمدارس والمساجد وحتى مخيمات الإيواء. إن هذه الجرائم الإرهابية المستمرة لأكثر من عام تمثل نموذجا صارخا لتوظيف كيان الاحتلال العلم والتكنولوجيا في تدمير البشر بدلا من أن تكون أداة لعالم أكثر سلاما وأمنا وعدلا. كما تمثل نقطة تحول فاصلة في منظومة دولية تكيل بمكيالين وأصبحت أبعد أكثر من أي وقت مضى عن فرض احترام وسيادة القانون الدولي الإنساني وكافة القوانين والمواثيق الدولية. نحن كبرلمانيين لابد أن يكون لنا موقف واضح وصوت قوي إزاء حالة النفاق الدولي في التعامل مع الجرائم الإرهابية الجبانة في قطاع غزة والأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة، والتي تدفع المنطقة بأكملها نحو مصير مجهول وتفرض شريعة الغاب على حساب قواعد القانون الدولي وقرارات الشرعية الدولية. أن الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي بوصفه أكبر منظمة برلمانية عالمية ممثلة لشعوب العالم كافة لا بد أن يكون لها موقف واضح من استمرار هذه الجرائم الإرهابية على مدار أكثر من عام، ليس فقط تضامنا مع الشعب الفلسطيني العزيز بل مع الإنسانية جمعاء والتي ترفض في كل الأديان والأعراق والأجناس ما يقوم به المحتل الغاشم في دولة فلسطين. وانتهز هذه الفرصة لأدعو ممثلي الشعوب الحرة الحاضرة بيننا إلى دعم البند الطارئ المتعلق بدولة فلسطين والمقدم باسم المجموعة العربية نصرة الشعب الفلسطيني وقضية العادلة. أمامكم اليوم مسؤولية تاريخية لنصرة شعب يتعرض لشتى أنواع الكيل، يتعرض للتهجير، يتعرض لاستخدام شعب أعزل، يتعرض لكل استخدام الأسلحة الثقيلة والطائرات لكي يقصف ولكي للأسف هذا القصف يؤدي إلى قتل الأطفال الأبرياء. فإذا كانت أشلاء الأطفال لا تحثكم على إصدار بيان والوقوف مع الحق ونصرة هؤلاء الأطفال، كلكم لديكم أطفال، كلكم تمثلون شعوب حرة. نتمنى أن تنصفوا الشعب الفلسطيني في هذا اليوم لكي يوقف هذا العدوان القاشم الذي استمر لأكثر من عام، والمجتمع الدولي عاجز عن إيقاف هذه المجازر. وبعدي للأسف سيكون كلمة المندوب الإسرائيلي، أتمنى مقاطعة هذه الكلمة انتصارا للشعب الفلسطيني، وأنا سأنسحب من هذه الجلسة دعما للأخوة الفلسطينيين.
Thank you. I now announce the end of the A list, which is the list of presiding officers of parliaments. We shall therefore move to B list, which is composed of list of speakers from delegations. I now call upon Israel. I think they're next in line. Thank you. Welcome back. He was saying he hopes we boycott.
Distinguished delegates, just today I overheard a parliament member here ask, why can't Israel just stop? Why can't they just give in and make it easier for everyone? These voices are not new. Every time the Jewish people stands up against tyranny, the world asks us to surrender in the name of so-called peace and quiet. But Israel's fight today is not just about our own survival. It is about standing against the very forces of tyranny that have threatened our people for thousands of years. From Abraham, who defied the false gods of his day, to Moses, who led our people from the chains of slavery, to the Maccabees, who stood against the mighty Hellenistic Empire, our history is a legacy of defiance. On October 7th, Israel was attacked in the most brutal and inhuman way imaginable. Over 1,200 men, women, and children were not just killed. They were not just killed, they were slaughtered. Babies were murdered in their cribs. Entire families were executed together. Women were raped and then paraded in the streets of Gaza. Innocents taken hostage, including 101 hostages, still held to this day in terror dungeons without any human rights. We demand their immediate release. The world must demand their immediate release. This was not war, it was a massacre. And yet, instead of condemning the barbaric acts of Hamas, the world turns to question Israel's right to defend itself. The ICC threatens to prosecute Israeli leaders, their so-called crime, defending their people from bloodthirsty terrorists. Some in the ICJ dare to accuse Israel, a country that embraces international law, of genocide, while those who seek our destruction openly call for our genocide and actively attempt to make it a reality. This is not justice, this is a mockery of international law. The fact is that Israel cares more about Palestinian civilians than Hamas ever will. While Israel takes extensive measures to avoid civilian casualties, Hamas uses its own people as human shields, turning homes, schools, and hospitals into military targets. Every civilian death is a tragedy to us. For Hamas, it's part of their strategy. Throughout history, the Jewish people have always been singled out and attacked by the world's tyrants. Why? Because we carry the idea of freedom and justice. Shabbat, a day of rest, was seen as an affront to tyrants who wanted their slaves to work endlessly. The idea of limited government comes from our tradition, which calls for rulers not to be all-powerful. So does the concept of human dignity, that every individual is made in the image of God, a concept that has inspired movements for freedom worldwide. This has never made the tyrants happy. From Pharaoh in Egypt to the pogroms in Europe, from the destruction of our two temples to the exile of the Jews from their land, from the Spanish Inquisition to the Edict of Expulsion in England, from the Tritel in North Africa to the Farhud in Iraq, from the Crusades to the Holocaust, tyrants throughout history have tried to break us because we would not bow to their toxic ideologies. We refuse to bow, we refuse to renounce our faith, and we refused to disappear. Today, we once again stand firm. Just as Mordechai refused to bow before Haman in ancient Persia, we refuse to bow before the tyrants of modern Persia, the Ayatollah regime of Iran. Make no mistake, Hamas does not act alone. Together with Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and other proxies, they operate under the direction of Iran, the world's leading sponsor of terror. Iran's goal is not just the destruction of Israel, but control over the entire Middle East and eventually the whole world. Iran, that has now also directly attacked Israel, also seeks nuclear weapons to achieve this aim. If a regime that glorifies death gains nuclear weapons, it will have the power to destabilize civilization as we know it. The Middle East today stands at a crossroads. There are two possible futures. One of hope, represented by the Abraham Accords, where Jews and Arabs build a future together, or the other one of endless war driven by Iran's ambition and terror. I call the world, choose the path of the Abraham Accords and help us defeat Iran's terror. To those who stand with us, I say thank you. To those who waver, I say stand up for what is right. History will judge us by the choices we make today. Every regime that has tried to make Israel disappear has disappeared itself. The pharaohs enslaved us, but we were freed and built an eternal nation. Where are the pharaohs today? The Babylonians exiled us, but we returned and rebuilt our homeland. Where are the Babylonians today? The Hellenistic Empire tried to destroy our faith, but we survived. Where are they today? The Nazis tried to exterminate us, but we not only survived, we thrived and rebuilt our ancient homeland. Where are the Nazis today? Today, our enemies hold the same toxic genocidal ideology. They can try, but we will stand firm, defend ourselves, and we will win. We will not stop until we defeat this evil and release our hostages for the good of Israel, for the good of the Middle East, and for the good of the entire world.
Israel,
thank you.
Conclude. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, we have two requests for a right of reply. We have Rwanda. Please, you will speak from your seat. Rwanda against DRC. Please speak from where you are seated. Thank you. And then it will be followed by Iran. You have 2 minutes, please, from your seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Rwanda would like to exercise the right of reply against the false allegations of the delegation of DRC. The source of insecurity in the DRC stems from the lack of political will to address the root causes of the conflict, coupled with the ongoing collaboration between the government of DRC and its coalition of armed groups, especially the FDLR, genocidal militia sanctioned by UN, who fled to the DRC in the direct aftermath of the 1994 genocide against Tutsi. This collaboration further aggravates violations of fundamental human rights of Congolese Tutsi communities and continues to pose a security threat to the entire region. Rwanda wishes to recall that during the meeting of 14th September 2024, held in Luanda, Angola, which aimed to adopt a harmonized plan for neutralizing the FDLR and lifting Rwandan defense measures agreed upon by experts from Angola, DRC, and Rwanda was not signed. Although this plan had been signed by the FRDC senior military officer and reaffirmed at the meeting, DRC's Minister of Foreign Affairs unexpectedly refused to endorse it, which shocked her counterparts and experts. She also opposed a follow-up expert meeting to finalize the plan's operations. We would wish to inform the Assembly that finally 2 days ago, the 5th ministerial meeting held in Luanda, Angola, signed the report that DRC had refused to sign during the 4th ministerial meeting. We therefore call for effective implementation of these resolutions. Rwanda believes that the solution to the conflict in the eastern DRC should be addressed by the leadership of DRC through dialogue rather than resorting to a ritual blame game playing. While we are committed to peace, we will always be prepared to defend ourselves against any threat to our nation. I thank you.
Thank you, Rwanda. Thank you. We now have Iran. You have 2 minutes from your seat, please. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. متشکرم خانم رئیس. در پاسخ به اظهارات غیرواقع بینانه و نادرست از سوی نماینده دولت مستعفی یمن که حاصل بمباران غرض‌ورزانه از سوی امپراتوری دروغ پراکنی غربی است، توجه نمایندگان محترم را به مسائل ذیل جلب می‌نمایم. جمهوری اسلامی ایران هیچگاه بخشی از تنش در منطقه نبوده و نخواهد بود و همواره از یک راه حل صلح‌آمیز در یمن بر پایه دولت نجات ملی و وحدت همه گروه‌های سیاسی حمایت کرده است. طرف‌های غربی به ویژه امریکا با ارائه اطلاعات غلط و به منظور پوشاندن جنایات غیرقابل انکار خود و زائده صهیونیستی سعی در گسترش تنش در منطقه داشته، حالان که مسئولیت اصلی درگیری و بحران در یمن بر عهده آمریکا و متحدان غربی آن و جنایتکاران صهیونیست بوده که با بمباران بیوقفه مردم مظلوم یمن و زیربناهای حیاتی آن کشور همچنین مسدودسازی دسترسی به بنادر یمن امکان حمایت بشردوستانه از مردم یمن را از بین میبرند. آنچه که از سوی ایران در یمن انجام می شود همکاری با دولت نجات ملی و به درخواست این دولت است. البته لازم می‌دانم به اشاره درست آقای البارکانی به جنایات وحشیانه رژیم صهیونیستی در غزه و لبنان و عکس‌العمل دولت قانونی نجات ملی یمن در پاسخ به این نسل کشی رژیم کودک کش صهیونیستی توجه دهم. ما از مقاومت مردم یمن در حفظ استقلال خود و ایستادگی در برابر بمباران‌های خلبانان اسرائیلی از یمن، فلسطین و لبنان به عنوان دفاع از حق مشروعشان حمایت می‌کنیم. تروریست‌های اسرائیلی را از این اجلاس بیرون کنید، نه آنکه حق سخنرانی به آنان بدهید. انشاءالله مقاومت در پیروزی بر رژیم صهیونیستی باید در دادگاه نورنبرگ 2 سران رژیم و فرماندهان نظامی و خلبانان کودک کش آن را محاکمه و مجازات نماید. به واسطه جنایات فوق رژیم هیئت نمایندگی این رژیم غاصب و غیرقانونی را از IPU اخراج کنید. متشکرم خانم رئیس.
Thank you, Iran. Thank you. I will now give to the Secretariat to make an announcement before the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
In conformity with Rule 33 of the Assembly, for each Assembly, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of delegations effectively participating at the first plenary meeting. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. So the number of delegations present in the room were 131, and the quorum is 66. Therefore, the quorum has been achieved. Thank you. I would also like to tell you that there is currently a reception taking place at the invitation of the Swiss delegation. It's on the first floor, so on this floor, towards the cafeteria. You probably know where it is. Thank you, and you're all warmly invited. Have a good evening. Tomorrow we'll start again at 9.